さあさあさあ、今は大丈夫ですよ。急ぎましょう。
I'm pretty happy because I finally got the first dose of the vaccine. Oh man, it has been a long time coming. This is what you get when you live in a in a bad country, I guess. I'm sorry.
お父様が甘いものをお好きだといいのですが。
But I'm pretty happy that I got the vaccine. My mother and father are already vaccinated, so it's going pretty well right now.
お好きですもの。甘いものに限らず、何でもよくお召し上がりになりますよ。
After waiting for the master of the room to be out, Beato and Kumasawa entered the study. Then they quickly cleaned up the books on the desk, set down the basket they had brought there, and opened it up. Inside were several cute cookies cut out in a butterfly shape. They set out a pretty plate and neatly arranged the cookies on it. It was the kind of subtle, conscientious touch that the recipient wasn't likely to even notice. The whole arrangement was filled with that sort of feeling.
愛しのお父様とやらのために精が出るな。今の私に許されていることはこんなことくらいですので。
Battler, please be mindful. Beatrice right now is actually your daughter right now. You created her, so be mindful, please.
わらわがバトラにクッキーをか。なぜに夜の支配者であるわらわが稀な客人であるバトラにそこまで尽くすのか。
Oh.
わらわがバトラにクッキーをか。なぜに夜の支配者であるわらわが稀な客人であるバトラにそこまで尽くすのか。
Then the study door swung violently open. It was Battler with Genji by his side. Battler's eyes went wide for a second when he saw Beato there, but his expression quickly went blank again.
ここで何をしている？
お父様、失礼しました。決して大切なゲームの邪魔に来たわけでは。
どうしてここに入れた？ここには鍵がかかっていたはず。
申し訳ございません。親方様に内密で差し入れをお届けしたいとのことで、私が鍵をお貸ししました。
ほら、見てあげてくださいませ。親方様に喜んでもらおうと、ベアトリーチェ様が一生懸命クッキーを焼いたんですよ。
If you throw the cookies out or if you destroy them, I'll not forgive you, Battler. I'm not going to forgive you.
熊沢さんと源氏さんに習いました。源氏さんがクッキーを焼くのがお上手だったなんて、とても驚きました。
He's going to, I know, but still, I have to try.
最近は全然ですけど、昔の源氏さんはそれはもういろいろなお料理を作ってくれたんですよ。特にお菓子作りはお上手で。
クッキー？
Oh God. Battler, come on. I have to try. I have to try.
お父様への差し入れです。大切なゲームの必勝を心よりお祈りいたしております。
Battler looked at the plate on the study desk that was piled up with beautiful cookies and the message card of encouragement lying next to it. And his face twisted with a complex expression, which might have been one of sadness, and might have been one of hatred. Oh.
親方様。
Genji urged him up to consider saying some words of gratitude to Beato. Battler understood. Anyone would be pleased to receive an act of kindness like this. Even though he understood logically, he couldn't help but give a small, exasperated sigh.
ありがとう。感謝する。だが甘いものは苦手だ。
Come on. You asshole.
親方様。
Even if you don't like something, you just don't say that to a person who cooked you something.
同じことをもう一度言わせるな。片付けて下がってくれ。
親方様、せめて一口お口に運ばれるわけには参りませんか。ベアトリーチェ様が親方様のためを思いこしらえたものでございます。
気持ちはありがたく受け取っておく。今は大切なゲームの最中だ。
Come on.
俺にとってもベアトにとっても大切な最後のゲームなんだ。だから頼む。俺の心をかき乱すような真似は慎んでくれ。
You're too caught up with Lambda Delta and Bernkastel to notice that you're just being a complete ass. I guess it's because he is playing the part of King Zo still, but come on.
それはあまりにもひどうございます。気持ちは感謝する。大いに結構でございます。しかし、それをせめて一口お召しになる形ではお示しできませんか？
Wait a little second. Okay, I'm back.
お父様。
Oh no, not that face. This is cruel. Beato looked at Battler sadly. Battler hung his head to avoid her gaze. The expression on his face caused Beato more pain than any he had shown her before.
熊沢、それを片付け、下がるように。
This is all going to culminate into this Beatrice sacrificing herself, isn't she? Again.
親方様。
Kumasawa clung to Battler, but he turned his back to her.
失礼しました。
Yeah, Battler's too caught up with Bernkastel and Lambda Delta right
片
now.
付けましょう、熊沢さん。
そういうわけには参りません。大切なゲームに少しでも力添えしたいベアトリーチェ様がせめてこのような形でもお力になりたいと頑張られた差し入れでございます。それ一口さえせずに下げろとは女をバカにするにも程がございます。
Wow, Kumasawa is... Oh.
熊沢、
親方様も男ならば女の手作りの差し入れにせめてどうか一口で結構でございますので、
Yeah, Kumasawa.
お手をつけてくださいまし。
I'm on
女
her
の気
side.
持ちを踏みにじろうというおつもりでしたらこの熊沢殺されたってここは引きませんよ。引きません。
Don't tell me you're going to bash on Virgilia now. Please don't.
熊沢さん、もう結構ですから。
そういうわけには参りません。親方様、これに毒でも入っているとお思いですか？
Come on, Battler. Yeah, if Beata ever came to give me cookies, of course I'd figured she put some kind of crazy poison in them. And she's asking me if I think there's poison in these. Who would expect that cookies spelled up in such a neat and cute way could possibly had something bizarre hidden inside them? And anyway, who could possibly imagine Beato making something like this? Because of that, Battler couldn't bear to look at Beato's innocent reaction. It was completely free from any malicious thoughts, like slipping poison into cookies. Beato quietly started to clean up. Every now and then she sniffled. Kumasawa continued to glare at Battler. She then gave a small sigh and helped Beato clean up. However, the hardness didn't disappear from her expression.
失礼しました。お父様、それでは失礼いたします。
Oh no, her voice.
俺をお父様と呼ぶな、ベアトは。俺をそんな呼び方をしたことは一度もない。
はい。 失礼いたしました。
With every passing moment, I don't think that Battler understands Beatrice. It's he knows the truth, but I don't think he grasps it. I think he knows, but he doesn't understand the nature of. I'm confused. Hanging her head so low that her chin touched her chest, Beto hurried out on the study. After giving Battler a look, Kumasawa chased after her. Kumasawa threw the door open a bit violently, and the footsteps of the pair rapidly disappeared off into the distance. Ronove needs to give a slap to Battler so he can come to his senses.
実の妹が言うのもなんだけど、複雑な気持ちだわ。
Maybe it's a I don't know how to properly explain this. I guess it's a story written by Ren, but still.
相手がベアトでさえなければ素直に女の敵と言えるのにか。私はお兄ちゃんとベアトがどうして慣れ合ってるのかさっぱりわからない。
Yes, it's because Battler is getting everything wrong. I don't think he noticed what happened in episode 4 with the Beatrice on the balcony and the Beatrice of the game board. The differences between them and everything. I don't know. Maybe he knows. But the way he's acting right now doesn't imply that.
今思ってベアトは倒すべき私たちの最大の敵だと思ってる。でもだからといってあのお兄ちゃんの対応は女として愉快じゃないわ。
It's very contrasting with the things happening in Rokkenjima in the 6th game on the human side. Battler is acting like Kinzo is towards his daughter. He's trying to think that she is his previous lover, but she isn't. And then on the human side, there's a strong hint that both Shannon and Ken are one and the same. And Shannon is also has a personality of Beatrice. I think the brooch was from Kumosawa, maybe a gift from her mother, maybe her the one who died on the cliffs. So basically I think Kumosawa gave her a present from her departed mother, maybe even talked about her life to Shannon. But the contrast between what's developing on the human side and on the other end with Battler, the game master, and his daughter is quite confusing to me, I guess.
バトラの気持ちも少しはわかるがな。
I guess everyone can understand what Battler feels. He feels like, but still, he should know better now that he's the game master. He should know what's happening, at least. So.
悲しいことだ。
I still don't understand what kind of antagonism or connection there was between them. However, Onichan probably viewed Beato as a friendly rival, if not something more. Onichan's reason for defeating Beato isn't to destroy an enemy out of hatred. It feels like he wants to give a sincere answer to her questions. Yes, I can't deny the fact that their fight isn't based on hatred, but on a stronger emotion.
さらに言えば、あそこまで冷たくされて、それでもなおお兄ちゃんに尽くそうとするベアトも
大したもんだわ。もう一人の姉のベアトと私も同意見よ。どうしてお兄ちゃんにあそこまで尽くすのか理解できないわ。
And I'm still confused about the older sister placement in the game. Since Battler controls the whole territory, it doesn't mean that he also has a hand on the older Beatrice being around. Is she his piece as well? Is this a whole elaborate lie, maybe? Is this a whole setup that I'm not getting?
そしてその理解できぬ要素は1000年を経て変化を遂げるとはいえ、紛れもなく我々の知る黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェに受け継がれるものである。
ええ、理解しているわ。このベアトを知ることもまたやがてのベアトを知ることにつながる。そしてそれはこのおかしなゲームで最大の大駒と、あるいはこのゲーム版そのものを説明するかもしれない。
謎多き魔女であるな。
Though she said those words, Ren wore a confident smile on her face. I shortened her name to just Ren because it's hard to say. Featherine. Her sarcastic confidence, as though she already knew the answer, was unchanged.
ベアトリーチェ、話を聞きたいわ。
Oh.
はい。何でしょうか、エンジェさん。
There's so many different timelines that it's making my head hurt. Oh no. There's so many different alternate dimensions that it's hard to keep track. And pieces move between them seamlessly now. When Ange asked her question, Beato, who had been reading a fragment book in the shadows of the library, jumped.
あなたはなんで後宮バトラーをお父様と呼ぶの？
私という駒を生み出してくださったからです。
ではどうして後宮バトラーにそこまで尽くすの？駒は生み出した造物種に絶対服従しなくてはならないルールでもあるの？
そんなルールはない。駒は道具、あるいはナイフだ。ゲームマスターが上手に扱えば便利な道具になる。しかし扱いを間違えれば自らを傷つけもする。道具になろうと凶器になろうと、そこに道具の意志はない。ただ結果があるだけだ。
I understand.
じゃあどうしてあんたはお兄ちゃんにアームを尽くすの？
Her smile was so sad.
まるでそれはあなたという駒の目的かのようだわ。
I'm empathizing more and more with this new Beatrice, and she's becoming really, really good as a character.
はい。
I was a bit weirded out at first, but now I'm very, very interested in her developments and her story and where she's going to go.
それが私が生み出された目的だからです。
あんたを生み出したお兄ちゃん自身がその目的を与えたの？
それは違う。バトラーはゲームマスターとしてそういう役目を持った駒を盤上に置いたに過ぎない。そして彼女という駒を生み出したのはこのゲームを生み出した最初のゲームマスターであるベアトリーチェ自身だ。
ややこしい話だわ。つまりあんたはお兄ちゃんのことをお父様呼んでるけど別に父親ってわけじゃないのね。
Oh, the dog. I'm sorry.
あんたはお兄ちゃんに尽くさなければならないという目的のために親しみを込めてお父様と呼んでるだけだわ。
はい。そうだと思います。私という駒を盤上に置いてくださったのがお父様です。
So, oh God. Wait, is this... Oh no.
お父様が盤上に置かなければ私という駒の出番はありません。ですから 私がここにこうして存在し、そして私の目的のために尽くせるのは、すべてお父様のおかげなのです。
So she was just gathering dust in the closet, basically. Oh no. That's not it. Is Ava Beatrice also gathering dust? I mean, she hasn't appeared since episode 3. Or episode 4, I guess, when Ange killed her aunt. As the game master, Battler merely set a piece with that role on the board. Also, the one who gave birth to this piece was the first game master. Ooh. So she's not a... I thought she was the personification of the rules of the game, but she's actually a piece who hasn't been used. Oh. Oh.
なるほど。
Oh. What about Ava Beatrice? Now I'm getting sad.
そしてそれはお父様と呼ぶのにふさわしいってわけね。じゃあ誰があんたにお兄ちゃんに尽くすように命じたの？ああ、それは初代ゲームマスターのベアト自身よね。ああ、ややこしい。なぜにそなたは後ろ宮バトラに尽くさねばならぬのかと尋ねたいのである。
You should ask that of the first game master who also devoted herself to Battler. I mean, that was the whole point, wasn't it? She was cruel, yes, but everything was for Battler in the end.
しかしそれを彼女に答えることはできぬ。彼女に与えられたのは目的だけだ。
The first Beatrice was also, or the game master Beatrice was Battler's furniture, basically. That's what's implying.
その目的を与えた動機は与えた本人にしかわからぬのだから。
If Battler didn't arrive in Rokkenjima 6 years later, then the murders wouldn't have taken place.
なるほど。それも考えてみるがいい人の子よってわけね。で、ついでにあんたにはもうその察しがついていて、ニヤニヤしながら私が悩んでいるのを見ているってわけだわ。
Oh man, the dog. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can make it better. I'll pause for a second. I think maybe, I don't know if I made things better or not, but I've lowered the input on my microphone, but I don't know if it's still picking up the dog. I'm sorry if it is.
そなたは我が巫女としてつくづく優秀だ。
This doesn't bode well for Ange. Ange, please. This is really bad. A really bad situation you gotten yourself into.
私はお父様に尽くします。私の存在がお父様の幸福のお役に立てる。
My existence will bring father happiness.
それが私の一番の喜びです。
What?
そして。
Oh no. Why she must devote herself? She was giving nothing but the goal itself. At that point, Beato hesitated.
何？そして何を？
あ、はい。そして、それをいつかお父様にお認めいただければ、それが私の一番の幸せなのです。
何よそれ。尽くしたいってだけならまさに魔女の家具ねと言いたいところだけど、それを認めてもらいたい？それじゃ家具ってより。
Ange stopped mid-sentence. That's less like furniture and more like You're just a girl who loves an Ichan. If it is Shannon, then Beatrice. If this one is the Beatrice within Shannon, then yes, that's the point. I don't get it. The driving force behind this Beato is that of a girl who adores Onichan. But then, what does that make her? If the first Beato liked Onichan, she should have adored him and devoted herself to him directly. I guess it's the 6-year gap that kills. Why would she create a piece of herself, a separate entity, to do it? As it stands, even if she does attract Onichan's attention, it will be towards the piece version of herself, not the creator who made that piece. If I ever like someone, I'll probably want to do things for them, but of course I'd want to do those things myself. After all, I wouldn't want him to notice me. It's a love that will always go unrewarded, no matter how devoted she is. And she's doing this out of her own free will. Beato's actions look no different from those of an average girl in love. She's devotedly doing all she can for him, dreaming that her kindness will eventually be acknowledged. Why would Beato create a piece like this? Maybe putting it in romantic terms is a bit too confusing. Let's try using food as an example. This would be as pointless as creating a piece to eat food for you. No matter how much food your piece eats on your behalf, you won't get any less hungry, right? You're the one who wants to eat. There's no reason to have a piece do that in your place. For most jobs in this world, you can get someone else to do it for you. Or with love and food alone, there can never be any point in letting another person do it in your place. That's right, this Beato was created as a piece because of an implausible reason. At a glance, she looks like just a normal girl. The more I know about her, the less I understand. She's an imaginary number.
お父様はそう呼ばれるのを嫌われていました。
Ryukishi calling out Math for being a fucking disaster of... Oh god.
そしてお父様の望まれる私もそうは呼んでいませんでした。
Imaginary numbers are really hard to understand.
そうね。かつてのあんたは誰が相手でも呼び捨てにしてたわ。だからといってお父様を呼び捨てにはできません。せめてバトラさんと呼ぶように努力はしたいと思います。あんなに冷たくされてよくめげないものね。いえ、バトラさんは今大切なゲームに臨まれています。相手は大ベルンカステル教の駒、強敵エリカ教です。いよいよゲームが佳境に差し掛かろうというデリケートなところに私がしゃしゃり出て。
If you really understood the meanings of Beatrice's game, then he shouldn't have paid any attention to Castell or Erika. Just give them the middle finger and do his thing. I still cannot believe that he's going to sacrifice 6 pieces in the first Twilight. I don't believe he's going to do that. If he does,
バトラさんが望まないお父様という言葉をかけてしまったのですから。
he should just give the middle finger to that and just make everyone figure out where the gold is and then escape to Quodorian, and then everyone lives and everyone is happy. Maybe that should have been...
機嫌を崩されても無理ないことです。
Maybe like Riddle Night with Erika and Kyrie and Battler and Ava and Maria and the rest trying to solve the epitaph. It should have been that instead of the whole cheese game. Apparently, Beto still wanted to devote herself to Battler, even after being treated in such a cold manner. But from an outsider, it might just look as though she's been snubbed. It doesn't faze her at all. It truly is the blindness of a girl in love.
それとも 私に愛がないから見えない。
愛があれば見えぬものが見えることもあろうな。
Beato once again immersed herself in the fragment book that the former Beato had written. She was trying to find something about the Beato that Battler desired. Ange shrugged as though saying, well, I don't get it. Featherine laughed when she saw this, hinting that an innocent young woman could never understand. Ange grumbled something back unhappily. Their exchange seemed to have no effect whatsoever on Beato as she sat in the shadows of the library. After chasing all the others out, only Battler remained in the study. There was no color in this dimly lit room. However, for the short time that the plate of cookies had been placed there, the room had seemed at least a little cheery. Battler's gaze drifted over to the table, which no longer had anything on it. When he did, the cookie plate that had been there until a second ago was revived. However, it was an illusion. Though the cookies could be looked at, they could not be touched, much less eaten. If Battler wished, he could make it possible to touch them or eat them. It would be an empty sensation. It would only give him the touch and taste that Battler desired. He no longer had any way of knowing what kind of cookies they had been. On the reception sofa across from Battler, a cloud of gold butterflies slowly gathered and took the form of the old Beato.
ほら食べろよ。わらわが珍しく手作りしたのだぞ。
Oh no.
安心せよ。自信作であるぞ。
お嬢様の場合、むしろ自信作の方が不安になろうというものですな。
まったくだぜ。
Oh, what is Rudolf doing here? I guess it's to remind him of the good old days.
お前が作るクッキーなんて、どうせおかしな毒が入ってるに決まってる。
それは心外な。仮に入っていたとしても、そなたのあれがそうなってこうなっちゃうかもしれない程度のもんではないか。
Oh no.
そういうことばかり普段からしているからバトラ君に食べてもらえないのです。手料理に何か入れるなんて基本でしょ。
Oh god, this is so sad and just depressing.
爪に髪の毛、魔法のおまじないに愛のかけら。あんたたちだったら何を入れるの？
何も入れません。美味しく自分でいただいちゃいます。
だと思ったわ。あんたは出落ちなのよ、まったく。
Oh no, the double quotes. Oh no. Dialogue tags actually, but still. And it has been so long since we saw the sisters as well. Maybe the bunnies will appear next.
でも女は3つの袋をつかめって言うし、胃袋は最初の第一歩よね。
Where is oh god, Belphegor, where is she?
次がお財布の袋で、3つ目は何かしら。
Mammon as well. Lucifer, I need Lucifer as well.
男を振り向かせるなら、身も心も魂さえも全てを私のために捧げさせたい。
You know what should have been? You know what should? Ange should oh god. Ange should summon Mammon and Saktara to the study where, or to the Featherine's parlor. That would be good.
だからこそ私は手料理に全ての力と愛情を注ぎ込めるの。
It would be fun to have them commentating over everything as well. instead of just those two.
いずれにせよ、手料理を食べさせるのは古今不変の成功法と言えるだろうな。
Alphagore, I missed you so much. I missed your voice, but
バカバカしい。そんな小細工をしないと男心一つつかめないなんて情けないったらありゃしないわ。へえ、お姉様が男心をどの程度おつかみになった経験がおありか聞いてみたいものですけど。
バトラー、何もおかしなもんは入ってないから食ってくれよ。わらわがそなたのためにクッキーを手作りするなんて二度とねえからさ。
there probably won't be another chance. I slowly stretched my hand out to the illusion of the cookie plate and touched it. Oh no. Just before I did, it became a cloud of gold butterflies and vanished into the darkness of the study. This is just depression with extra steps. The illusions of Ronove and Virgilia also disappeared. However, the illusion of Beato alone still remained on the sofa.
何が不満か？
それも俺に言わせるつもりか？
新しきわらわがそなたの望んだ姿とあまりに違えば違うほどわらわが二度とよみがえらぬ存在であることを思い知らされるからであろう。
Guess that's the last bit of I shouldn't say revenge because that was in red. I guess punishment for Battler maybe. After
いい女は逃したら二度と捕まらぬわ。今頃になってわらわがいい女だったと気づいたであろうが。
Oh God.
うるせえ。お前なんか二度と現れなくてせいせいすら。
Oh no, Battler. Oh. Beato lay sprawled on the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. Battler also turned his back and moved to the window. For a while, there was silence.
分かっていると思う
が。分かってな。
そなたの期待するわらわはすでに消え
た。分かってる。あのベアとは紛れもないお前自身ではあってもかつてのお前とは異なる存在でお前はもう絶対に蘇らない。
Certainty. Oh no. Lambda Delta, what are you doing here? Oh God. Kingzone never did realize that Beatrice would never come back. That's why he tried so hard for so many years and did so many bad things to his family and to his servants.
わらわの魂と
Oh, no.
この女らしさ、性格の良さ、気風の良さは魔女としての1000年によって培われたものだ。それは全く同じ1000年を経ぬ限りわらわと同じにはなり得ぬ。すなわちそなたがわらわを生み出そうと目論む時点ですでに生い立ちが異なるのだ。
ああ、お前が絶対に蘇らないなんてあの小アルベルンカステルにバッチリ保証されてるぜ。
だが期待しているのであろう。
Seeing Battler cry makes me so sad.
新しきわらわがある非豆腐の角にでもコツンと頭をぶつけ過去の記憶を取り戻して見事復活。
Not that cliché, please.
みたいなのを期待しているのであろう。
It's going to be the fusion dance. I hope.
そんな妄想プロット今時ラノベだって通用せぬわ。
You'll be surprised. Oh no.
うるせえ。お前だってかつて 俺が思い出して気づくのをずっと待ってやがったじゃねえかよ。
Then what is it? Does this mean that our relationship is exactly the opposite of how it once was?
わらわもそなたがいつかはきっと気づく、思い出す、そう信じてゲームを繰り返したこともあったがな。
どういう気持ちだったんだよ、お前が俺とゲームをしている時は。
Whatever she says is going to be what you think it is.
自分の胸に聞けとはよく言ったものよ。
It hurts. If only she didn't look so much like you, I would keep my cool a little better.
まあ好きにせよ。かつてわらわはそなたを災難にもてあそんだ。今度はそなたがそれをわらわに復讐する番だ。
Just, I don't think you should feel responsible for what happened, but still don't. It's hard to say this. You should have just returned to Ange already, in my opinion. Guess he can't because he's dead.
新しきわらわは何もわからずおろおろとするのに。見るも焼くもそなた次第よ。積年の恨みも晴れるであろうが。
お前自身が相手ならな。さぞや気分も爽快だろうぜ。だがあのベアとはお前じゃない。
わらわでないというなら誰なのか。
お前によく似た別人だ。
It's your daughter. Plain and simple. There's nothing to say. She's your... She's not your creation, but still. You took her out from the dusty old storage and placed it in the game board.
だが紛れもなくわらわでもあるぞ。
そうだな。お前自身であり、そして同時に別人なんだ。
ならば新しきわらわも災難なものよ。わらわの身代わりに慰み者とされておるわ。なんと気の毒なことか。
That might be the contradiction inside me. The new Beato seemed like a different person, so I can't accept her. Even though I know she's a different person, she keeps reminding me of Beato's face.
ならばいっそあれはわらわの娘とでも思え。
娘？
わらわの血を引きし、瓜二つの娘と解釈せよ。
Oh God, this is so... Why?
何しろわらわの分身であり、しかし1000年の経験を経ぬのだから、そう呼んでもおかしくはあるまい。
確かに。
わらわは死して娘を残し、そなたに託したと、そう思うのだ。さすればそなたもあやつをどう受け止めればいいか、少しは考えやすいのではないか。
Kinzo never did that. He always believed his daughter was Beatrice, his lover. Don't make the same mistake.
らしくもなくうまい例えをしやがって。
茶化すでない。あやつは我が娘だ。わらわが死んで残し、そなたに託した忘れがたみだ。わらわの面影を押し付けるも自由。恨みつらみをわらわの代わりにぶつけて、慰み者としてもよい。わらわの罪を背負わせ、好きに苛めばそなたの鬱憤も晴れようぞ。それが趣味でないというなら、わらわのように人の道を踏み外さぬよう正しく導くのもまた一興だ。あやつはそなたに尽くすように生まれながらできておる。そなたが望めば どのような姿にだって変えられる。千年の奇跡を経たならば、藁はそのものにさえなれるかもしれない。
Miracles and certainty. Oh, they're appearing so much.
かつてお前にされたように、ひんむいて鎖で引っ張り回すことさえ自由だな。
Do that. Don't do that.
そうだな。今ならばそれ以上の非道なる所業さえ可能であろうぞ。
お前の分身であり、そして娘か。
Oh. Yes, she is exactly the same person, the same piece, which was created once more by the rule called Beatrice. However, when I'm unable to accept it that way, I can think of her as Beato's daughter, finding a clear guidepost for how to interact with her and smooth the uncertainty in my heart. Uncertainty, certainty, miracles. Finally, I understand how cruel I was to her then. My tears poured to the ground, and when I followed them with my eyes, I noticed that a white business card had fallen onto the floor. What? Oh, it was the message card that adorned those cookies. I rushed her, telling to clean up and leave right away, which was probably why it had fallen to the floor unnoticed. I picked it up and read the message on it. It was extremely short, pure, and sincere. It was so clear that I should be able to read it. Oh. However, it's blurred with tears and I can't see anything. This is so heavy, man. The flood of light and sound slowly dissipated. The silence that followed was not interrupted even by the sound of wind and rain outside that had once been present. Oh my god, look at this place. Wait, both Jessica and George timidly opened their eyes. Where in the world is this? Wait, it was a strange room they had never seen before. It looked like a Western-style smoking room. Its furnishings were stylish and expensive. Oh god, this is really new. It felt like the room of some dignified person. There was a set of black tea on the table as well as a chessboard, which seemed to be halfway through a game. So Jessica was teleported in the last part? However, there was something strangely out of place. The black and white checkboard patterns made it feel like chess, but it looked very similar, yet totally different game that no one knew of. And similar to how both look like chess and not like chess, the furnishings of this room, no, the room itself, though it seemed like a Western smoking room, also felt like something completely different.
ここは一体
You've been isekai'd.
ジェシカちゃんにカノン君もシャノンはどこに？
ジョージ様、私はここにおります。
You now need to defeat the demon lord. You were heroes summoned to a new world.
僕もここにいます。お嬢様。ジョージ様。
A meteor fell on Rokkenjima and now everyone was teleported into oh no. Into a fantasy isekai.
このような場所にお連れしたこ
Let's
と
go like this.
お詫びいたします。
We apologize for bringing you to a place like this.
一体何がどうなってるんだい？
Witch in gold.
シャノンが取り出した蝶の羽のようなものが眩しく光り出したと思ったら。
Just when Shannon took out... Wait. Oh.
私もだぜ。
Oh, this is really bad.
カノン君が黄金蝶のブローチとかいうのを取り出したら、それが輝き出して。
お嬢様、ジョージさん、まずはご無礼をお許しください。
Is Jessica and George, Shannon and Cannon going to be the victims?
そしてどうか落ち着いてください。これから不思議なことが起こります。
Something strange is about to
その
happen.
不思議な存在は私たちを試すでしょう。
試す？
Wait, so it was her mother's brooch.
それがひょっとしてさっき君が言っていた僕たちが結ばれるために乗り越えなくてはならない試練
Oh no,
というやつなのかい？
is this gonna be a repeat of episode 4? Oh no. Oh god, please no. Episode 4 was so mind-breaking. I can't handle another episode 4.
試練？
お嬢様にはまだ説明していませんでした。
Kinzo's game was so broken, so unbelievably mind-shattering. I still have no idea what happened, really.
お詫びします。
I need to...
先ほどのお嬢様の言葉が本当なら、どうか力を貸してください。
Oh no.
精一杯頑張りますから。
私にはさっきから何一つ分かりゃしねえぜ。ジョージ兄さんは何か知ってるの？
一応はね、今の状況を君同様に驚いてはいる。しかしこれが避けられぬ試練で僕たちに不可欠だというならば、僕は何が訪れようとも受けて立つつもりだよ。
It's going to be a repeat of episode 4, isn't it? Oh no.
試練？
カノン君、ブローチを。
The two of them brought the halves of the broken gold butterfly brooch close to each other. As they grew closer, the strength of their bright yellow radiance increased. It's so blatant. It's so blatant. Ah. It kills
ジェ
me.
シカちゃんもどうか心の準備をしてほしい。僕にはすでにその準備がある。
どういうことだよ。私にはさっぱりだぜ。一体何が起こってるんだ？
試練だよ。愛し合う二人のための試練。
What is that face? George spoke these awkward-seeming words quickly and easily. It was such an embarrassing line that Jessica couldn't help but turning red. But the expression on George's face, which was so serious that it was almost grim, forced her to tense up as well. Shannon and Cannon were just as serious, with glow in their eyes, as though they were taking part in a sacred duel. The pair of them brought the two gold butterfly wings together. Then the wings they held became a single brooch and regained their magical power. An even more intense light filled the room, and the scene was burned into the retinas of all present as the brooch shattered and two shining things flew out of it. Oh.
人は愛のために生きるのです。
Oh my god. Something's up and going down.
そう、愛こそは世界なり。
Oh god.
愛の力のなんと偉大なことか。愛こそは全てなり。
Oh my god. Suddenly the voices of two people they had never heard before rang out. What was it? Who were they? Oh, these are the... Oh. George and Jessica nervously opened their eyes. When they did, they saw the two demons had appeared there. So these are the ones that were in the wedding. Oh god, their design is amazing. Oh my god. when they did, they saw the two demons appeared there, almost as though the two halves of the brooch had become them. Oh.
おや、おかしいぞフルフル。どうして我らはこのようなところに？
FURFUR.
本当に不思議ですわ、ゼパル。
ZEPAR.
人間と家具しかいない。
There's no one but humans and furniture here.
魔女はどこ？私たちを呼び出すにふさわしい魔女の姿はどこに？
Oh.
ああ、僕たちは契約の魔女の名前をよく覚えているはずさ。呼んでみようじゃないか、フルフル。
Oh.
そうね、ゼパル。私たちは契約の魔女。黄金の魔女の名前を知っている。
じゃあ呼んでみよう。
Oh god, these two are amazing actually.
せーの。ベアトリーチェ。
Oh my god. Consider their exaggerated theatrical manner and their slightly comical style of talking. It'd probably be hard to comprehend their great power at this point. Oh man. Oh. When the two demons called Beatrice's name, a cyclone of gold butterflies picked up throughout the room. Then it took the form of the two golden witches.
あれ？ベアトリーチェが2人だわ。
僕たちだって2人だもの。
Oh my god, that face. Oh my god. Okay, okay.
ベアトリーチェがたまには2人だっておかしくはないさ。
こやつはわらわの分身にして妹だ。二人は同じにして一人と同じ。
はじめまして。お久しぶりです、ベアトリーチェ様。私は夢を見ているの？
Oh, Jessica.
同感だね。しかし呆然自失するにはまだ早いよ。
Unlike Jessica, George had maintained his composure even during this bizarre scene. After all, Shannon had already told him what would happen next.
契約の悪魔たちよ、久しぶりであるな。ゼパル、それにフルフル。
ZEPAR and FURFUR. FURFUR.
ああ、お久しぶり。君は相変わらず元気そうだね。
Oh my god, her... She has a masculine voice. Is she, Still, her voice is amazing.
それにしても可愛らしい妹君。
I'm having doubts whether...
潤んだそのみずみずしい瞳は水蜜糖の味がするんじゃないかしら。どうでしょうか。
ZEPAR and FURFUR lashed onto Beato from either side, wearing strange smiles. Each movement they made was exaggerated yet polished, as though they were acting out a play. Oh no! Oh no, is this actually Featherine's doing? Please don't.
それくらいにしておけ、契約の悪魔たちよ。その悪ふざけも
It is.
今宵限り
She
で見
wrote
納めとは
this.
な。
She fucking wrote this. Oh no.
寂しいものだ。見納めとは？
僕たちのよりしろのブローチはもう壊されてしまったからね。
Oh man. Oh, I'm enjoying this very much.
つまりこれでもお役御免というわけ。
No, no.
今まで本当に楽しかったわ、ベアトリーチェ。
でも契約時の取り決めでね、最後の別れにもう一度だけ力を貸さねばならないと決まっていたのさ。
No, these two are too much fun.
だからこれが正真正銘最後の奇跡。
Oh my god. These are I think they're very dangerous.
愛の奇跡は一度で十分だって、永久の愛に二度目は不要なのだから。
そういうわけだ。
So,
愛し合う男女たちよ、ここに集いしは奇跡なくして恋を成就できぬ呪われし者たち。
those gathered here have been cursed to have unfulfilled love unless a miracle
その
occurs.
奇跡を与える黄金蝶のブローチの力は泣こうがわめこうが今宵限り最後のチャンス。
Chances limited to this evening. Oh
それ
god.
は一組のつがいにしか与えられぬ。
Oh. Yeah. Oh god. This is really bad. It's because Shannon cannot love more than one person
僕は
anymore.
負けないよ。
She needs to choose, I guess.
お互い頑張ろうね。
Shannon and Cannon exchanged serious gazes. Both had already readied themselves to fight for the sake of their love.
よくわからねえけどよ。おかしな悪魔の力なんて世話になる気はねえぜ。
Jessica was finally starting to figure this place out. Those demons were probably planning to pit her and Cannon against George and Shannon.
はっきり言わせてもらうが、余計なお世話だぜ。私とカノン君の仲は私とカノン君でどうにかする。怪しげな悪魔の世話になんかなる義理はさらさらねえぜ。
お嬢様、聞いてください。この試練を乗り越えなければ僕たちは結ばれないのです。
ジェシカ、受け入れよ。それが家具の身で人間と結ばれようと願う身の程知らずに課せられる唯一の試練なのである。
家具とか人間とか勝手に言ってろってんだ。私たちには何の関係もねえぜ。
Oh.
お嬢様にはまだ話していないの？
どう説明すればいいかわからなくて。
カノン君もシャノンもジョージ兄さんもどうしてこんなうさんくさい話に耳を貸してんだ。人の恋路を邪魔するやつは馬に蹴られて死ねって決まってんだぜ。なんで悪魔たちに認められなきゃならねえんだよ。余計なお世話だぜ。
さては困った分からず屋がいたものよ。このままゲームを始めてもよいが、それではフェアとは言えぬな。説明してあげてもいいのではないでしょうか。
So.
私にもよくわかりません。ジェシカさんとカノンさんの恋に何か問題でもあるというのですか？
Yeah.
やれやれ。
Oh.
どうやら君も君たちも何も分かっていないようだね。
Oh, ZEPAR. Oh no. ZEPAR is messing with my feelings here.
私たちに祝福されれば二人の恋をゆっくり育むことができるの。
FURFUR as well.
うさんくさい悪魔も何にも関係ないわ。
Their designs are just so good. What the hell?
でももし僕らに祝福されなければ君たちの恋路は消えてなくなり、枯れてしおれて消えてしまう。
Look at FURFUR smiling. Oh no.
なんでそんなことが言えるんだよ。
運命だから認めないのも自由、抗わないことだって自由。
Oh.
抗わないとどうなるんですか？恋路が終わると抽象的な言い方では納得すまい。はて、どう説明すればそなたの運命の袋小路を説明できるのか。
Death and fate.
後ろ宮ジェシカ、君が信じているよりはるかに君たちの未来は善と多難。
魔法の奇跡が得られなかったなら必ずや二人に災いが訪れるの。
God, what the fuck are these two? Oh my god.
そしてそれがかぶれ、ただれ、
So this was foreshadowed in episode 2
二人を破綻させる。
with the brooch.
わらわもその過程を詳細に語るほど無粋ではない。
I thought they were going to be summoned by Burn Costello or maybe Lambda Delta. I thought they were going to be Lambda Delta's pieces.
しかしジェシカが信じぬというなら破綻の最後だけ語ろう。カノンは使用人をやめこの島を去る。
Oh.
永遠にな。
君は島を出て思い人を探す旅に出るだろうね。しかしそれは決して報われない。
そうしてあなたは嘆いて恨むの。
誰を？
あなたを。
僕をかい？
いいえ、今のあなたを。
Oh God. With a dramatic gesture, the two of them pointed at Jessica. They were saying that if she left, the person left with regrets would be Jessica herself.
何を言ってやがる。
思い人を失ったあなたはその時気づくわ。思いを遂げる試練を逃げたあの時の自分が憎いって。
They're just bashing you with pretty words, Jessica.
そうさ、僕たちは未来の君からのメッセンジャー。どうか今のこの瞬間を君の恋に真剣になって戦いに臨んでほしい。
もしあなたが未来の自分のメッセージに耳を貸さないならば。
God, their expressions are so good. What?
王を飲み込む愚かな蛇はそのままどんどん飲み込み続け。
永遠の苦悩の輪廻は自らを飲み込み消えるのみよ。
わけがわからない。
Jessica's confusion showed on her face as anger. However, a memory of something she'd heard a long time ago welled up in the back of her mind. Unlike Nissan, I don't plan on working here for many years. After just a few years, or possibly, if Nissan ever decides to stop working here, I think I'll stop working too.
カノン君。
そなたが魔法の奇跡をシャノンとジョージに譲るなら、二人は結ばれ、島を出る。
Oh.
そしてカノンもまた、島を出る。
Is it going to be a...
それは避け得ぬ運命なのだ。では、魔法の奇跡を得られたなら？無論、カノンは島にとどまり、いつまでもジェシカのそばにいる。
So this is going to be a trial to choose for Shannon to choose who she loves, basically.
ジェシカが望んだ音楽活動とやらも一緒に始められるだろう。それ以上の関係にどう進むかは愛し合う二人の問題だ。ジェシカが望むように二人だけでゆっくりと関係を育めばよい。
ただその場合は私とジョージさんもまた結ばれません。
僕たちは自らの幸せと未来をかけて
We fight.
戦わねばならぬ運命なんです。
ふざけるなよ。
The candles dance.
なんだよそれ。つまり自分たちが結ばれれば必ず相手は破綻するのか。
Oh no, is Jessica gonna have to kill George again? Oh no. Episode 4.
そんな悪魔のゲーム冗談じゃねえぜ。
Oh god, it's gonna be a repeat of episode 4.
間違えるな。そなたらが奪い合うゲームではない。黄金蝶のブローチの力がなければ、そもそもどちらの恋も実らぬ運命なのだ。
誰がそんな運命を決めたんだよ。
恋を許されぬ家具に恋した。そなたらの罪ゆえにだ。カノンはそなたにはっきりと、家具は恋をする資格がないと拒んだはず。そなたはそれを承知で、カノンを恋の相手に選んだのだ。知らぬとは言わせぬ。
Oh. Though she couldn't accept any of it, Jessica was unable to argue back. Then George spoke up with a soft tone he always used to smooth things over. However, his expression was still ruthlessly serious.
ジェシカちゃん、こう考えないかい？
考えるって何を？
George is too calm.
僕はね、シャノンを愛している。どんな試練も障害も全て乗り越えて結ばれようという覚悟を持っている。君はどうだい？
そりゃ私だって多少のことでへこたれるほど嫌なつもりはねえぜ。
Oh, that face.
ならそういうことだよ。僕たちは今試されているのさ。僕たちがどれだけ気持ちの強さを示せるかということをね。
ジョージ兄さんはこのわけのわからない話で 納得してるっていうのかよ。
納得なんか必要ないよ。僕はシャノンと結ばれるために全ての試練と障害と戦うことを婚約指輪にかけて誓った。
So it's gonna be Shannon and Jessica and George as the culprits, maybe? This time around. Oh.
どんな理不尽な
Oh
到底
man.
理解できない試練であっても僕に退くという選択肢はないね。
George spoke clearly, then looked at Jessica with a cold gaze. By now, Jessica almost understood. She kept on grumbling and avoiding his demon's trial, and the game between the two groups would automatically end with her defeat by default. In other words, George and Shannon would win. Then, they would gain the miracle of magic, their love would be completed, and Jessica and Cannon would split apart, with Cannon eventually leaving the island, never seeing her again.
僕にとって君がこの試練を辞退してくれるならこれほど嬉しいことはないんだ。君と戦わなくて済むからね。そして君のカノン君への思いはその程度のものだったんだねと蔑むことになるんだ。
So as my theory, every time it's Shannon and somebody else. Last time was Shannon and Battler. This time it's gonna be Shannon and George and Jessica, maybe. Oh no. It seemed as though George spoke ruthlessly, but he was actually being exceptionally fair. If Jessica lost by default, she would never be able to clear away her lingering regrets. That will leave a bad aftertaste for George as well.
僕たちはたった一つの奇跡をめぐって正々堂々と戦わなくちゃならない。その結果、仮に僕が敗れたとしても互いがベストを尽くして戦った上での結果なら諦めがつく。そしてだからこそ心の底から相手を祝福できるんだ。
Oh god, this is gonna end with both of them dying, I think. Just like episode 4. Oh no.
ジョージの覚悟なかなかのものよ。
そこまで言われて。
君は逃げ出すのかい？
The two demons giggled and challenged her. Of course, George didn't laugh, but he still challenged her with cold eyes.
シャノンは
お許しください、お嬢様。私はジョージさんと結ばれるためにたとえ私の思いを貫くことがお嬢様の恋路を閉ざすことを知っていようとも。
Oh, Shannon, what the fuck, Shannon? Shannon had never before spoken to Jessica with such a serious and solemn words. Jessica realized what a strong will had dwelt within her usually weak and clumsy friend, and was surprised.
カノン君、
僕はお嬢様と新しい人生を歩みたいです。その歩みが姉さんの幸せを踏み越えていくことを意味しようとも僕はここを引きたくない。
Cannon was also doing all he could to restrain himself. Yes, all of them were were being serious and frank and abandoning any naivete they might have possessed. All of this about golden butterfly brooches and miracles of magic, and the trial that the demons were giving them, none of it mattered. Only one thing was being tested, whether or not they possessed the strong will to make their love come true. Jessica clenched her fist and hung her head, shaking while biting her lower lip. She was silent, but she would probably gain an unanswering will of steel before too long. She just needed a little time first. The two demons who taunted people with dramatic gestures did not violate that silence that Jessica needed to resolve herself. Love brings about conflict, and this conflict gives rise to determination. As the demons of love, they could not they could understand more fully than any others how noble that determination was.
ジェシカさん、そしてその魔法の奇跡はそなたであっても享受できるものであるぞ。
Oh.
私にもそれはどういう
It's not a love triangle, not a love square, it's a love pentagon. She had thought this had been about two pairs of lovers. Beata was surprised to suddenly hear that this had something to do with her as well. It's not a love pentagon, it's a love decagon. Now, I'm sorry. Hexagon, actually.
黄金蝶のブローチの奇跡はそなたの願い、バトラへの行為を認められたいという願いさえも叶えることはたやすい。
Yeah, this is getting in line with what I'm thinking. Shannon, Cannon, and Beatrice are the same person. Oh no.
そしてその奇跡なくして結ばれることもまたない。
Oh god.
君も蚊帳の外じゃないということさ。
愛の沼を渡りきりたい。
And the one who wins in the end is Beatrice, because Beatrice kills everyone because of Battler. Oh god. Nothing for Jessica, nothing for George. Oh, I feel so bad for them. Oh no.
あなたの望みのはず。
僕たちは君の願いだって決してないがしろにしたりはしない。
Oh.
そなたとバトラの関係とてやがてはただれ腐り落ちる。いくら楽観的なそなたであっても何かの奇跡がない限りやがてはそのような運命を迎えることをすでに理解しているはずだ。それは
Beato hung her head sadly. She hadn't wanted to lose heart from that cookie incident. However, it would have been a massive lie to say that it hadn't hurt her. The more she tried to get close to Battler, the more she hurt him. However, she had been born in order to get close to Battler. She was like a hedgehog, freezing in the cold and bunching together for warmth. She had approached him because of love and had been hurt for it.
そこまで分かっているなら奇跡に託すのもまた一興というものよ。川の宝くじに当たりなしとも言うでな。
Something's up and going down. Oh god, this track.
ゼパル、フルフル、このわらわの妹も加えよ。
Yep.
ああ、もちろん。
よろしく。もう一人のベアトリーチェ、私たちは初めからあなたも加えるつもりでいましたわ。
Of course you were.
なぜなら僕らはゼパルとフルフル、愛を司る悪魔だから。
Demons of love. Oh.
私も参加してもよろしいのでしょうか。
This is amazing.
君が望むならいいんじゃないかい。誰であっても僕は拒まないよ。全ての障害に勝利し全員に僕たちを祝
I
福させ
feel
る。
so bad for George. Holy shit. And now I feel really bad. Oh, I guess, it's hard to say.
もちろん逆でもさ。
I feel even worse for Jessica.
全力の僕たちを退けて成し得た恋ならば僕もシャノンも心の底から勝利した二人を祝福することを約束するよね、シャノン。
はい、私たちは負けません。そして負けても心の底から祝福します。
僕も同じです。僕は負けません。
いけねえ喧嘩だってんなら買おうじゃねえかよ。私もカノン君も不先輩ってのだけはごめんだぜ。
それはそなたもだな。あ、はい、お父様に。あ、いえ、バトラーさんに私を認めてもらえる可能性が、私もそれに自らをかけたいと思います。
Shannon, you have been so much happier with Jessica. She's just 1 year apart instead of George, who was like 5 years. He was 17 and you were 13 years old when Battler left. Come on, that was just so bad.
よくぞ言った。それでこそ我が妹。ゼパル、フルフル、役者は揃ったぞ。
それでは始めようか、フルフル。
ええ、始めましょう、ゼパル。
たった一つの魔法の奇跡をめぐっての愛し合う者たちの試練を。
Oh man. You would have been much happier if it was with Jessica instead of George, I think. Maybe even the murders wouldn't have happened. Erika had returned to the room that had been given to her on the second floor of the guest house. The next room over was empty. It was very quiet there. Even pressing her ear against the wall wouldn't help her listen in on the other voices in the cousin room. Even with hearing power boosted by the detective's authority, it would probably be impossible to make out anything. This room was the farthest down the hall, a long way away from the cousin room.
前回は私の部屋はいとこ部屋の隣だったのに。なるほど。今回は私の部屋を遠ざけてきましたか。
I guess, I mean, it could be your own fault for doing that. Your attitude doesn't help.
ゲームマスター権限で許された範囲の初期配置の変更です。妥当な処刑かと。まあ、その方が私もいいです。
So, Dlanor is here too.
あのクソガキどものトランプで遊ぶ黄色い声なんて聞きたくもありませんから。
Oh, alone time with Erika now. This whole time, Erika had been facing the desk and working on something. She was preparing some of those packing tape seals from before. She had asked Kumasawa for the stickiest tape in the place. She drew a complicated signature that could not be counterfeited across it with a permanent marker, then began making notches across it. This way, if she ever wanted to prove that some opening had remained closed, she could stick this tape over it, creating a powerful seal equal in strength to the Red Truth. Though these menacing seals had cornered Natsuhi so thoroughly in the previous game. Oh my god, what is this?
これ。
Wait. What? Oh no, I have to download this right now. Oh no.
いかがしましたか？やられました。バトラめ。周到ですね。
Erika grimaced and showed the piece of packing tape she had torn off to Dlanor. At a glance, Dlanor couldn't tell what annoyed Erika. However, as soon as she held it, she realized the difference right away.
これではダメです。ええ、粘着力ほとんどないです。これじゃ赤き真実には至れない。
Even packing tape can be of low quality, and it sometimes get weaker with age. The tape Kumasawa had found was a bit too weak even for normal use. It wasn't nearly sticky enough to be used as a detective seal.
きれいに剥がすことが可能です。これでは封印を示す証拠にはなり得ません。バトラもそこまで見下げ果てたほど無能じゃないってことですね。おそらくゲームマスター権限でこの島のすべてのガムテープに干渉したんでしょう。
Letting Erika get her hands on packing tape gave her a fatal weapon to use against witches. The previous game had proven this fact, and so Battler had removed that weapon from the entire mansion.
おそらくガムテープに代わる品もすべて干渉を受けているに違いないです。
So now you have to gather clues the normal way.
ですね。ま、良かったことにしておきます。
Just like a detective would instead of placing things around. I guess guess it could say that a lot of detectives do that, but most gather clues instead
おかげでこの冷た
instead
い
of
雨の
creating
中
a
みっ
situation.
ともない姿で外壁を這い回らなくて済みますから。
Erika tossed the packing tape aside carelessly and flopped spread-eagled onto the bed.
事件が起こるのをパイプ吹かして悠然と待つのも探偵のたしなみですし、あんたもどうせ第一の番が発覚するまで出番ないんですから、どこかに姿消して一服でもしてたらどうですか？私の顔なんか見てても疲れるだけでしょうし。
Oh.
タバコは吸わないです。子供ですので。
Oh God.
そうですか。
This is so nice.
私は吸いたいです。
Like a one-on-one with Erika and Dlanor.
出演者たちが歌うほどの気分を爽快にさせる効果があるならの話ですが。
ご機嫌が優れられないようです。
そう見えます？
Erika answered lazily, still looking up at the ceiling. That in itself was half an answer. The silence between the two was filled with the sound of the wind and rain. It was so quiet that the sound of the ticking clock rang out clearly.
エリカ卿、
Minute darkness.
お尋ねしてもよろしいですか？
内容によります。多分ノーですが。一応暇つぶしに聞いてあげます。何です？
Maybe Erika was bored too, or perhaps the sound of rain was making her sentimental. She agreed to listen to Dlanor, which was very unlike her.
なぜエリカ卿は魔法を嫌われるのです？
ああ、さっきの下のマリアとのやりとりの件ですか？
Oh.
あんなの子供騙しのくだらない手品です。
I'm so confused.
誰だってわかっています。ああまでして幻想を打ち砕く必要があったのですか？私にはわからないです。
Erika didn't need Dlanor to tell her that had been a childish fight.
自称知的蹂躙者としましたが、
Oh God.
魔法なんてもので真実をうやむやにすることが許せないわけです。
それを暴くことに優越を感じられているということですか？私には他の感情が感じられます。
他の感情？何です？
優越というよりはもっと何か別の負の感情を感じます。
やっぱりあんたはただの殺人人形です。その目も節穴みたいですね。
失礼しました。
Oh God. Don't make Dlanor sad.
許してほしいです。
Erika rolled over grumpily, turning her back to Dlanor. So Dlanor couldn't see her expression. Oh. Even so, for some reason she could guess that this completely unobserved expression was one of pain. Oh, are we gonna get interpreting this to mean that Erika wanted her to go away? Dlanor gave a bow and made to leave. Then Erika suddenly spoke. The words seemed so utterly out of place that Dlanor doubted her ears, and she had to ask Erika to say it again.
今、何とおっしゃいましたか？
あなたのことが好きです。
Oh. Oh, God. It really did seem utterly out of place. Dlanor wanted to see what Erika really meant, but the latter still had her back turned and her face out of sight.
ありがとうございます。
以前は別の子と付き合っていましたが、今は完全に切れています。
Oh.
周りの人たちは僕たちを妬んでありもしないことを言いますが、気にしないでください。
What is happening?
俺は君に生涯のすべてを捧げるから、君も俺にすべてを捧げてほしい。
Wait.
二人で一緒に幸せになろう。
Oh God. Oh. Is this a love gone wrong? A love in the past? Oh. Dlanor avoided asking what she was talking about and stood there in silence. For a while, Erika kept on dully and emotionlessly repeating soppy phrases that might have popped up in some shoujo manga. Then unexpectedly, she once again followed up with a completely non sequitur.
新しい財布。
Of course, she had no idea what Erika was saying. What is happening? However, with her back still to Dlanor, Erika kept on saying disconnected words.
変な猫のキーホルダー。趣味の合わないアロマオイル。
Oh.
演劇の先輩に借りたという趣味違いの音楽テープ。先輩の付き合いで断れなくて。急にバイトが入っちゃって、ダチの電話が長くてなかなか切れなくって。
Oh. Made too much curry. Oh God. Was Erika... Oh, I see. This is a cheating situation. Made too much curry. Went to the theater practice more often. The way he folds paper towels. Thanks, I've already eaten. He knew more about cosmetics. Sorry, I was sleeping. The toilet seat was left down. He spent the night over at his stage friend's place. My acting friends had a party here earlier. Someone must have left it behind. The drain and sink were cleaned out. Receipts and point cards from places he never goes. The muddy soles are evidence that she went out on Sunday when it was raining. Erika. Oh God. Is this like her backstory? The matches the strange symbol on the calendar. None of your theater friends have hair this long. That's a leading question. How do you know the plot of a movie you haven't seen yet? Evidence. Circumstantial evidence, observation, surveillance, tracking, tailing, information gathering, wiretapping, asking around, questioning. I found tons of evidence that I loved you. I found tons of evidence that you loved me. But I can't find any evidence that you haven't been cheating on me. Oh. Oh my God. Give it a rest. If you love me, then trust me. Trust me. I'm not going out with any other girl. Trust me. This hair, it's not mine. If you can't do that, then you don't love me anymore. How could I love someone like that? I'll treasure you for all my life, and I want to do well in theater just as much. You said you liked seeing me act, right? So why are you telling me to stop acting now? Why do I have to choose between you and acting? What's wrong with you? I'm seriously worn out, okay? Come on, if we all do is fight and see each other, maybe we both need some time to pull it off, right? Some time, okay? I need to concentrate for my next performance anyway. My performance on the bed of another girl. Yes, okay? Goodbye. This girl working with Senpai suddenly said she wouldn't be able to perform. I need to rewrite this script by tomorrow. The script on her bed. I don't have time for this, but I have time for the other girl. And anyway, if you really find it hard to trust me, we're through. Stay away, just go home, bitch. I don't love you anymore. Can I just... Can I just punch him? Can I just punch this guy? Don't cry, damn it. It's disgusting. Just die. Stop shouting, damn it. You're annoying the neighborhood. Just get the hell away from me and never come back. Ugh. What the hell?
愛がなければ見えない
Oh, Erika.
逆なんですよ。
Oh, she does.
愛なんかあるから、ありもしないものが見えてしまう。
Oh, God. It's nothing more than an illusion, one that no one but you can see, and one that even you can never touch. Why am I empathizing with Erika, dude? What is happening? How do we get here? Why am I empathizing with her right now? Without love, humans never need to sift through truths and lies. Because we can see things like that, we doubt, we suffer, we cry out loud.
私は今、幸せです。仮とはいえ、真実の魔女になれて。今の私は、もう赤くない言葉に苦しめられなくて済むのだから。
Oh God. Oh my God, Erika. What? Oh, even Dlanor is sad.
あんたなら、私のエンドゲーム、どう返しますか？
私ですか？
あの凡庸な男じゃ、ゲームの相手は務まりませんでしたから、あんたなら、どう返してくれるかと思いまして。
Oh, this is heavy. Dlanor was suddenly thrust into the position of Erika's opponent in the witch's game. She had once challenged that man too. Dlanor shared in the fragments of Erika's past and was made to grasp the full situation. The board was reproduced in full inside their heads. The situation was one-sided. Erika's side had constructed a blue truth based on countless bits of circumstantial evidence. I turned all of those into pieces and was already cornering the opponent. For some time, Dlanor thought in silence and announced her Bible book a response.
初手、私が浮気している証拠の提出を要求します。
Oh my God. So Dlanor is now playing the part of the man. Oh, and
青き真実で反論。構築に状況証拠、物的証拠を84点提出。
青き真実で反論。今も愛し続けている状況証拠、物的証拠を6点提出です。
グッと。青と青では相殺ですが、構築する駒の数が圧倒的ですね。
when both opponents meet with the blue truth, the decision is almost always based on which side had more pieces of evidence, regardless of the actual circumstances. This is especially true in the human world. So by the standard rules, Erika would win.
一点先取。次なる手は
攻守逆転を狙います。逆にエリカ卿が浮気をしていない証拠の提出を求めます。
Oh God. That's not what she wants to hear.
パーペチュアルチェック。お互いが同じ質問を無限連鎖する千日手となりますから。
では証拠なくも現在もエリカ卿を愛していることを率直に表明します。
赤き真実でないから無効です。
Oh God.
仮に赤かったとしてもそれステイルメイトです。
Oh
私に
God.
反論する手がなくなりますから。
Dlanor remained silent for a while, then she quietly responded to Erika's moves until they reached checkmate. A stalemate is a forbidden move in the game of witches, since it means the ruin of the game. However, in chess it also represents a draw. Because of this, it's a splendid final move that a weaker player can pull off if they are unable to win outright. In this situation, Erika clearly had the advantage, so it was natural that Dlanor would seek the stalemate to obtain a tie. However, that will only be in the case of the case in chess. That's not a stalemate that she wants. In the game where witches fight over the truth, it's a forbidden move. She's looking for a golden truth, isn't she? So it was already checkmate from the very beginning. Dlanor had no way to turn the game around. However, regardless of what the real truth between the pair of them had been, this game would be.
他に手は真実を守る魔女狩り返し業？いえ、デザインです。
Is that why she wants Battler as a husband? Because he can dole out the golden truth?
ほら。
And the red truth as well. So he can order him. So she can order him to speak red truths to her. Oh, and she won't be betrayed. I see. Oh, this is gonna be so heavy. What? What is happening? Erika had succeeded in crushing her opponent with the truth she espoused, that her former boyfriend no longer loved her and was cheating on her. Her opponent had no way to argue back. After all, humans are not allowed to use the truth. A splendid game, a splendid finish from the superior position. Regardless of the truth of her opponent, Erika could win. A splendid victory. So that's why she tries to marry Battler, I guess. It's because Battler can speak red truths and not lie. This is so cruel. To both of them, I guess. Dlanor could only respond with silence. And with that, Erika spoke no more. She was probably done talking and wanted Dlanor to leave. Dlanor understood this, but even so, before leaving, she wanted to tell Erika one thing.
見事なゲームです。エリカ卿。
Spiral.
探偵は勝利して当然ですから。
I guess
あなた
so.
はベルンカステル卿の駒になる以前から実に見事な青き真実の使い手です。
Even before it became Bernkastel's piece. So she is real. She was only given the blue hair, maybe?
しかし、エリカ卿、人間に許されるのは青き真実だけです。そして青き真実に反論できるのは赤き真実だけです。
So that's why she chooses Battler in the end.
そして赤き真実は人間には許されていません。
Because she's marrying someone that's not human.
ならばどうやってあなたのお相手は彼の真実を示せばよかったのですか？
さあ、赤き真実に時に勝るとかいう例の黄金の真実とやらでも持ち出したらどうですか？
She was waiting for the gold truth.
ゲームは確かにエリカ卿の勝ちです。しかし真実の守護者として申し上げます。
なんです？どうせ不愉快なことでしょうから、それを言ったらとっとと消えてください。
Oh man, if Dlanor speaks a golden truth.
はい、確かにこのゲームはエリカ卿の勝ちです。しかし私が示したあなたを今も愛している青き真実の証拠6点は未だ否定されていません。あなたさえ人間、それを否定する赤き真実を使えはしないのです。
探偵権限で84点の証拠を赤き真実に後に昇格させました。我が主のお力によって私は人間にして人間を超えた存在、探偵にして魔女。
God, this is so sad.
真実の魔女フルドエリカです。他に質問は？捨て台詞は？
Oh god, her face. She's so anguished. Oh no.
ありません。それでは失礼いたします。
Dlanor bowed and disappeared. After that, all that remained was a single witch of truth, laughing off a bitter past, with an equally bitter smile. Oh, I'm feeling sympathy for Erika. Judging by the bedside clock, it was almost exactly midnight.
さて、一寝入りさせてもらえますか。いよいよ2日目。10月5日の幕開けです。今頃どこかで今回の殺人が起こっているんでしょうかね。今回の犠牲者さん、せいぜいいろいろなダイイングメッセージをよろしくお願いしますね。
Erika, why are you becoming my favorite character all of a sudden? Why? Nah, Ange's still a little bit ahead. Battler as well. But Erika is so strong as a character.
どうして母さんに相談しなかったの？
Wait. I guess should continue?
あなたの人生を最後まで支えるパートナーの話なのよ。
そうだよ。
Oh.
生涯一緒にいたい女性なんだ。
だからこそ真剣に決めなければいけないんでしょ？
Oh, this is finally happening. Oh man, I've been wanting Eva and George to discuss over Shannon for so long.
どうしてそんな軽率に？
Eva and George could be seen beneath the eaves of the guest house. George had revealed his engagement with Shannon. Eva's anger had exploded almost instantly. This had been no more than George had expected, so he had responded with an ice-cold calm.
まさかもう関係を？子供ができたとか言われて結婚を迫られたんでしょう？
失礼だな。僕は婚前の貞操は厳しくあるべき主義なんだ。
じゃあどうして婚約なんて？
僕は求めた。彼女は受けた。それで成立じゃないか。
違うわ。結婚はね、あんたが思ってるような漫画か何かみたいに簡単なものじゃないの。先方のご両親は、両家の交流は、あんた野良猫じゃないのよ。後ろ宮ジョージなのよ。ひょっとしたらおじい様の後継者に指名されるかもしれないこの時期に、どうしてそんな軽率な？どうして母さんに相談してくれなかったの？
今こうして相談してるよ。いや、相談じゃないか。これはただの報告だね。おじい様の後継者に指名されるのは全く期待してないよ。いや、むしろ辞退したいくらいさ。僕は自分の国と城を父さんがそうしたように何もない原野に築き上げたい。
あのね、父さんが今日までどれくらいの苦労をしたのか分かってるの？あんたが真似てできるようなことじゃないの。今日までどれほどの運や偶然に助けられたことか。
そして母さんという良き理解者の伴侶がいたからだよ。さよは僕を支え、より強く生まれ変わらせてくれる人だ。母さんがたくましくなったと褒めてくれた今の僕は、彼女がいなかったらありえない。
George is actually handling this much better than I thought he would.
いいジョージ。とにかくここは一度母さんに任せなさい。
Eva is just playing scary.
頭を冷やしてよーく考えて。シャノンちゃんだけがあなたに好意を持ってるわけじゃないのよ。お見合いしたあゆみさんだってあなたのことをとても気に入ったそうよ。
初耳だね。
あなたも分かってると思ってたのよ。先方のご両親も大変あなたのことを気に入ってるそうよ。もしあなたに父さんのように一国一城を築きたい夢があるなら、その手伝いができるのはあゆみさんの方でしょ。彼女の気持ちを裏切るの？
裏切るも何も、僕はあゆみさんと特に交流があったわけじゃない。お見合いをしてその後親たちが勝手に盛り上がってるだけじゃないか。数度無理やり引き合わされたけど、僕たちは互いに目さえ合わせちゃいない。
あゆみさんは育ちのいい奥ゆかしい女性でしょ。男性のジョージに目を合わせるなんて恥ずかしいしぶしつけでできなかっただけよ。あなたが目を見て話してくれなきゃ気持ちが感じられないと言うなら、彼女にそう注意するわ。 きっとこれからはあなたの目を見て話してくれるはずよ。
あゆみさんと結婚させたいのはそれが母さんにとって利するからさ。母さんの縁談には僕の気持ちがわずかほども含まれていない。
Not that's...
ジョージ、どうしてそんなことを言うの？母さんがあなたのことを考えないことなんてあった？ないでしょ？親という漢字はどういう字？木の上に立って見ると書いて親なのよ。母さんたちはね、あなたよりはるかに高みから人生の遠くまでを展望してるの。そしてあなたが若さゆえの一時の感情で間違った道へ進もうとしているのが見えているの。だからこうして憎まれることを承知で言ってるのよ。あんたがどうでもいい子だったらこんな喧嘩しないわ。どこの変な女とでも勝手に結婚しなさいって放っておいてるわよ。ねえ、ジョージ、母さんに全て任せなさい。
Oh my god.
もうあなたはシャノンちゃんに会わなくていいわ。全部母さんたちで話をつけてあげる。
She's so emotionally manipulative. Holy shit.
大丈夫よ。シャノンちゃんにも悪いようにはしない。
Oh no, this is so manipulative.
だってジョージに成長のきっかけをくれた人だものね。ちゃんとそれに配慮してあげるから。だからあとはもう母さんたちに任せなさい、ジョージ。
Oh no, he's falling for it. Oh no. Sometime during Eva's rage, tears started to drip from her eyes, as though tears had caused him to hesitate. George turned his back and sagged his shoulders. Even George is a child of man, after all. Oh, George, you're such a child of man. Though he understands that marriage requires nothing more than the love of two people, he can't get over his desire for his parents' acceptance. And so he's trapped between the tears of the mother who always helped him and the fiancé he chose. Where is he?
もういいよ、そろそろ。
Oh.
今日まで立派に育ててもらって本当に感謝してる。僕もこう思って親になったら母さんみたいな親になるよ。子供のために。
No, don't.
本当に戦える。世界で一番尊敬できる親にね。
Remember that she raised Ange, and that wasn't. Oh no, don't.
ジョージ。
His back still towards her, George threw away his umbrella and slowly stepped out from beneath the eaves into the rain. Then he slowly turned around. It was without a doubt the familiar face of Ava's beloved son. However, he was now his own man, self-controlled and independent enough that their blood connection might be forgotten.
もうそろそろいいと思うんだよ。
何がよ。
子離れしてもいいんじゃないかな、母さんは。
Oh god. Oh man. That face.
ここからはもう親子の関係はなしで話そうじゃないか。僕はジョージ、君はエヴァ。親だからどうこうというのは抜きにして、互いの立場から本音をぶつけようじゃないか。君が僕を望み通りの相手と結婚させたい理由は経済的事情、世間体、それから未だいさかいのなくならないおじさんたちへの見栄、それ以外に何もない。いっそそれをすっきり認めてくれた方が潔いね。僕はこれから僕の立場だけで語るから、君もそうした方がいいんじゃないかな。負けるよ、君。
George, I'm sorry, but you're speaking to Ava. No traces of love or respect for his mother remained in George's eyes. There was only a frigid glare as he gazed ruthlessly down at the witch who was trying to bind his future.
ジョージ、どうして母さんをそんな目で見るの？
今僕は母さんを見ていないからさ。 僕の目に映っているのは、僕の選び取ろうとする未来の前に立ちふさがる試練の壁だけさ。母さんだって人間だ。夢や野心があって、それを今も追い続けてるのは知ってる。そしてそれを素晴らしいと思う。自分の夢を決して諦めないことの大変さを僕たちは知っているのだから。
So I'll need to inherit your wonderful strength. George is much more courageous than I am. I would not want to face Eva ever. I'm sorry. I learned a lot from my parents, my friends, and Sayo. I've grown.
その最後に学び、獲得して完成されるのが本当の後宮ジョージという男なんだ。僕は今、あなたという最後の壁を越える。
Oh. What?
何？
Eva had disappeared. But what? The pouring rain landed evenly across the ground everywhere. No, it was blocked by very slightly in one place. However, there was no one there. Standing on the ground isn't the only way to block the path of the rain. Then, could it be? Oh. Whoa. What? Oh no, you're fucked.
いいわよ。本音をぶつけ合うのもたまにはいいじゃない。
George, run the fuck away. You're just fucked.
私も言っちゃうわ。だからあなたも言っちゃえば。
Oh man, this has been so long. Eva, Beatrice, it has been so long. In the rain-filled sky, with the moon that shouldn't have been visible behind her, was the golden wish of the future who had finally obtained everything of the Ashuramiya family. Even the drastic change in his mother's appearance didn't faze George. On the contrary, he seemed to be moved by her boldness. Because his mother had honestly and truly displayed her true nature. This way, I can confidently show her my true self.
行くよ、母さん。そして、エヴァ、これが僕の君の束縛から踏み出る
George, you're
最初の第一歩だ。
George, you're no Ange. You're not Ange. You're.
第一歩。
With that first step, he felt something odd beneath his feet. He knew that this sticky sensation, different from that of mud, represented his mother's arrogance, trying to prevent him from making that first step.
小さい頃、お話をたくさん読んであげたわね。
Oh.
あなたが大好きだった西遊記、覚えてる？
懐かしいね。多分、僕が一番最初に愛したファンタジーだ。
Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, wanted to become a god and was tested by Buddha. If you can jump free from the palm of my hand, I'll acknowledge your wish. Then, Sun Wukong managed to reach what he thought was the end of the world and found 5 pillars standing there, only to discover that they were Buddha's fingers, that he still hadn't left Buddha's hand.
僕が母さんから決別すると宣言した第一歩が、それだと言いたいわけだね。
あなたの反抗も葛藤も苦悩も国旗もすべて私がすでに通ってきた道。
I've forgotten this. I've forgotten her voice. I've forgotten how good she is.
あなたのその第一歩など私という人生に飲み込まれる程度。いつまで目を背けてるの？見ちゃえば足元。
Oh god, she's so good. Why? At George's feet on the pitch black earth soaked by the pounding rain was what appeared to be a slightly red sash that glowed ominously and blocked George's first step. It was deep, vicious, and it held George's foot in place. From Ava's perspective, as she gazed down from the sky, it looked like a vast red spiderweb that radiated out with George at the center. Oh.
そうさ、これが僕さ。生まれた時から数々の習い事で縛り付けられ、あんたの野望のためだけに育てられてきた。
いいえ、それは違うわ。なら分かるようにしてあげる。見せてあげる。そして悟っちゃえば
The vast red spiderweb on the ground scooped up George as easily as scooping out scum out of a pot. Then it lifted him in the air like a deer caught in a net and swung him about. Laughing insanely, Ava was as innocent and cruel as a grade schooler happily swinging out a bag filled with her gym clothes. Oh my god!
Sa, 思い出してごらんなさい。火曜日には何があったのか。
Oh man. George is so fucked.
覚えてるさ、ピアノ教室だよ。今でも猫踏んじゃったを聞くと背中の毛が逆立つね。
幼稚園の頃はバイオリン教室だったわ。できる子はやってそうでしょ。あんた才能なさそうだったからね。途中でピアノに変えたけど。
Oh, she's gonna insult you so bad.
じゃあ水曜日は覚えてる？
覚えてるさ。進学塾の日だよ。遠くてね、通うのが苦痛だった。
じゃあ木曜日は？補習塾だわ。暗記科目は苦手だったものね。あなた応用はできるのに暗記は苦手な典型的なやればできる子だったわ。
痛烈だね。子供が三者面談で言われて一番イラつく言葉だよ。
馬を水場に連れて行くことはできるが水を飲ますことはできない。
イギリスの格言だね。
あなたのやる気を出して維持させるのが一番苦労したわ。
George was bound hand and foot by the bright red spiderweb, reduced to the witch's plaything. She innocently swung him around and smashed him about, all with an insane laugh, again and again.
金曜日は覚えてる？
もちろんさ。ユニークな塾だったね。親と一緒の塾なんていろいろな意味で窮屈だったよ。
A school you can go with your parents.
子に釣り竿を買うな。一緒に釣りに行け。
母さんはイギリスの教育論が好きだね。
親にとっても辛い塾だったわね。でもあれが一番あんたには効果的だったわ。高いお月謝、毎週金曜の夜を費やさなければならない面倒。でもね、一番効果があった。その時悟ったの。子供はね、親が見ていないと伸びないの。子が目なら親は太陽だわ。太陽なくして芽吹く草木も咲かせる花も存在しないの。
Eva, you're so good. Why don't use more? Still bound hand and foot, George was thrown, slammed, and smashed. He could do nothing. He was still like son Wukong, unable to leave the palm of his mother's hand. However, since he wouldn't surrender, he could still show resistance at any time.
じゃあ土曜日は
家庭教師が来てくれてたね。
向こうから来てくれるから楽だったでしょ。
聖域である自室に毎週他人を迎え入れるのは苦痛だったよ。先生が帰った後に残る汗の匂いが今でも思い出せるくらいに嫌だったね。
あなたに学習姿勢を叩き込んでくれる素晴らしい先生だったわよ。弁護士の相談費用並みのお月謝を払った甲斐が本当にあったわ。
そして迎える日曜日と塾の予定がない月曜日だけが僕の安息日だった。これは皮肉だね。火曜日から土曜日までの塾が僕を押さえつけてきたのか。まさに僕は孫悟空だったわけだ。
そうね。私の手のひらから逃れたいなんて思い上がりはお釈迦様にご行山で潰してもらうといいわ。
Son Wukong, who wanted to become a god, was crushed by the 5 mountains of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth and sealed away. These are the 5 elements that the days of the week, Tuesday through Saturday, are named after in Japanese. Only now did George, who had always admired Son Wukong, recognize this greatest of ironies.
思い上がったあなたは孫悟空と同じに少し反省とお仕置きが必要だわ。あなたが改心したら私が解放してあげる。
それは解放じゃないね。洗脳だ。
何も考えなくていいの。ママに全て任せちゃえば私があなたの全てを決めてあげる。それがあなたにとって一番素晴らしい人生なのよ。世界で一番知的であなたのために全てを捧げてくれる女性を用意してあげる。全ての成功もそれに至る道も全てママが用意してあげるわ。そしてやがては後ろ宮家で最高の名誉である当主の後継者にあなたは指名されるの。それから初めてあなたは自分の人生を始めなさい。第一歩。笑わせないでよ。あんたはねまだ生まれてさいないのよ。
Oh God, get wrecked.
これはあんたを捕らえる私の巣じゃないわ。あんたを慈しんで育む私の子宮の中なのよ。
No, that's disgusting. Oh no. George was slammed against the ground over and over. George, you should have run away. It was a heartless atrocity, unlike anything one would expect a blood relative's son to receive. However, in Ava's eyes, perhaps even this was a sign of love for her precious son. The human-shaped lump of flesh wrapped in the red bag was slammed over and over, then thrown high into the air. Is Ange watching this? Is Ange watching this? She needs to be, right? Where it was caught in a massive spider web in the sky, still covered with fresh blood. While he hung there as though crucified, George didn't even twitch. They need to commentate over this, please. Even he had some power to resist remaining to him. The red web pinning him there would have held even that in check. The rain, which had been falling non-stop since the beginning, quietly tormented and pitied George.
ご行山に封じられてしばらく頭を冷やしなさい。シャノンちゃんが悪い子だからやめなさいと言ってるわけじゃないのよ。彼女はジョージに青春と成長のきっかけを与えてくれた。とても良い子だわ。でも後先を考えない婚約は別の問題よ。相手が彼女だからいけないと言ってるわけじゃないの。それを分かりなさい。
友を責めるな、行為を責めよう。だね、これもイギリスの格言だ。
本当にあなたは賢い子に育ったわ。いいえ、育っているわ。私のお腹の中でね。もう少しじっくりと育ちなさい。さあ、お仕置きは終わりよ。謝りなさい、母さんに。
The spider web released George reluctantly. Then it threw him to the ground beneath the cloudy sky.
ありがとう、母さん。
She feels so satisfied with that. It was all George could do to get up on his hands and knees. Though he wiped the mud away and stood his ground, he couldn't raise his head.
これまでのすべてが僕を思ってのことだったんだね。ありがとう、本当にありがとう。
そうよ、今は憎いでしょ。でもいつかきっと感謝するわ。私がどれほどあなたを愛していたかをきっと理解する。
火曜日から土曜日までの連日の塾での縛り付けも僕を立派な男に育てようという母さんの努力だったんだね。
これもイギリスの格言よ。子供を幸福で包むことが最高の教育。
ありがとう。だから僕からも母さんにイギリスの格言を送るよ。
Oh no, this is gonna be Oh no, is this gonna be a
なに？
すべての木に斧を一撃ずつ加えても一本の木も切り倒せはしない。
なに？それはどういう意味？
こっちの方がいいかな。学問に時間を費やしすぎることは怠惰に過ぎない。フランシス・ベーコン。
Oh, the man drenched in mud and blood straightened out his crooked glasses and slowly stood up. Though he was covered in filth, his appearance had a divine quality to it, something that could only appear on a self-controlled man, not one who had merely been dozing in his mother's amniotic fluid.
僕がサヨから学んだことは数えきれない。僕は彼女の前で初めて勇気と男気と向上心とウィットとユーモアと、それからちょっぴりのおしゃれを学んだんだ。皮肉だね。今日母さんが僕を立派になったと認める要素のほぼ全て
Oh, that smile.
母さんの教育の賜物じゃないんだ。
Oh.
ジョージ、あんたはまだそんなことを戻してあげるわ、母さんの子宮に。
Oh no, no, that's disgusting.
そしてもう一度暖かな海で育て直してあげる。
As Ava howled, a bright red spider web appeared at George's feet once more and tried to scoop him up into the air again. However, at that instant, a powerful magic circle could be seen in the air surrounding George for just a moment. Oh no, here comes the power of the protagonist. Faster than he could be scooped up with the spider web, George jumped, and with a sharp kick to the heel and a magnificent forward flip, he cut through the shackles of that spider web apart. Oh. That smooth movement proved that he had possessed the power to escape from those shackles all along. So George really is... He had willingly allowed himself to be bound by that web.
母さんのこれまでの恩を一つずつ痛みで相殺させてもらったよ。おかげで僕も親離れがきっちりとできそうだ。必要だね。たまには親子喧嘩も。
ジョージ、私にどうしてそこまで逆らってあんな小娘と。
必要なのはやはり母さんの子離れのようだね。じゃあ そろそろいいかな。
何がよ。
そろそろいいかな。反撃しても。
Oh. Oh. The curtain of spiderwebs that Eva had shot out in defense were all too slow. Oh no. George waved through them in one instant, and the next he was right before her eyes. Oh. Eva jumped out of the way of the kick that would have knocked her feet from under her, then blocked the second half of George's double roundhouse with a high kick of her own. Oh no, this...
母さんの習い事で一つだけ感謝しているものがあるよ。
それは何曜日のかしら？
長期休暇のたびに集中的に習わされた武道教室の数々だよ。
Oh man. I think I want to see this fight animated, I guess.
嬉しいわ、ジョージ。たった一つでも感謝してもらえるなんて、母さんは嬉しいわ。
George is gonna win, I guess. Eva's swift feet flashed like lightning. Low, 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 mid-level attack. As George's head fell forward, she caught it in both hands as though she was about to smash it against the ground. It was then met with Eva's knee as it rose like a bolt of lightning from the earth.
ムエタイも習えばよかったのに。ジョージも一緒に習えばもっと楽しかったわ。
そうだね。母さんと一緒に武道を学ぶ時が一番楽しかったよ。
なら今が一番楽しいんじゃない？楽しいね、ジョージ。楽しいね。
Oh.
楽しいかい、母さん。息子と遊ぶのは。
楽しいわ。あなたは私の最愛の息子。私のお腹の中で優しく優しく愛してあげるわ。あなたがお腹を蹴るのさ、愛おしい。
Oh God.
了解だ。だがその蹴りはお腹の外からになるけどね。
What is this? What is this? I don't like it. George's knee buried itself into Ava's abdomen. An instant before she felt the pain of the fierce attack, Ava watched her son kick with a proud smile, and then vomited.
母さんももう年なんだから、いい加減そういう若い子向きの服は自重した方がいいんじゃないかな。
ジョージ。
Her chin still covered in vomits, Ava looked up at George in twisted anguish. She could see how pathetic her face was by her reflection in the glasses.
母さんも僕も一緒に子供時代とお別れしよう。さようなら、母さん。
Oh. Oh. The fierce lightning and rain made time freeze. George's beautiful kick had stopped an inch from Ava's chest. However, the power of red magic circles surrounding George had already pierced Ava's body. Oh. Though he had stopped without hitting her, blood poured out of Ava's back. No wound had been left on her chest, but her heart had been punched through. Ava slumped backwards and landed on a puddle with a splash. Oh. There were no convulsions. Her life had been ended without leaving her even an instant to writhe about in pain.
その辺にいるんじゃないかい、ガブ。
Oh. As he straightened his glasses, George spoke to the rose thicket behind him. Then a pitch black hole opened in the air, and
大したもんね。
What is happening? So George is the culprit now with Shannon. He killed Ava. Holy shit.
あのエヴァ・ベアトリーチェを継承前とはいえ打ち倒すなんて。
Before her ascension.
やはりいたかい。余計なちょっかいを出さなくてありがとう。親子水入らずで過ごせたよ。
I've theorized that Gop might have been Jessica. And I still think it is. Just like Renove is Genji and Virgilia is Kumasawa, it makes so much sense that Gop is Jessica because Gop is Beatrice's best friend. And Jessica was Shannon's best friend, I guess.
いなかったわよ。今、あなたが私を召喚したんだわ。
どっちでもいいさ。君にお願いがあるんだ。
聞く義理はあるの？
聞いてくれないのかい？
His back still facing her, George reset his glasses. The threat in his voice held the solemn presence of a king who could control demons. That presence made Gob gulp, and she licked her lips before bowing respectfully to his back.
私はイケてる男が好きだけど、王者はもっと好きだわ。何なりとお命じを。魔王陛下。
後宮家の当主に憧れ、その夢と妄想に生きた彼女の亡骸をふさわしい場所に安置してほしい。
じゃあ金蔵の書斎へ？いや、
貴賓室がいいな。屋敷の2階のあの開かずの貴賓室。
あの部屋ね。了解したわ。ジョージ陛下。
Gap approached Ava's corpse and lightly tapped the ground with her right heel. When she did, a large hole opened up, swallowing both Gab and the corpse, and closed. So this is all controlled by Battler then. So he really sacrifices his family here. After a while, a small hole opened in the air, and the staff Ava had always carried, marked with a one-winged eagle that symbolized the Ushirmiya family's leader, was spat out into a puddle, because the corpse would no longer have any use for it. George slowly approached that staff and stepped down hard on the tip. When he did, the staff spun violently into the air, and after passing by the blue moon that honored the Demon King, it flew into George's outstretched hand. Oh. What is happening? The instant he grasped it, another fierce lightning bolt landed nearby, and by the time the flash disappeared, the staff he held had become a spray of gold butterflies and vanished. It was as though George had crushed the staff out of existence.
これで僕はノルマクリアだ。次の人に番を譲るよ。
自分の母さんを手にかけるなんて。
自分を世界で一番最初に愛してくれる人であり、そして一番最後に決別すべき人だ。
Is Jessica gonna have to kill Natsuhi? Oh god. I don't want to see that, actually. Oh no. Is Jessica gonna have to kill Natsuhi?
それが家を出る。これが僕が作用をめとるために見せられる勇気だ。
ジョージ様。
あっぱれなり後宮ジョージ。
Something's up and going down.
まずは見事であるぞ。
Oh man.
たとえゲーム上のこととはいえ、駒のこととはいえ、自分の母親を殺すのは愉快なことではないね。
Even though it was just within the game, even though it was just a piece, I didn't like having to kill my mother.
しかし、それが君たちの課す試練だというから、僕は答えたよ。
Wait. Does this guy know about past games? Holy shit. Does Jessica also know what happened in episode 4? He stared at the two demons. The demons looked at each other, then showed their surprise with now familiar exaggerated gestures.
素晴らしいわ。なんて見事なのかしら、ゼパル。
そうだね、フルフル。ジョージ君の決意は本物だ。どうやら僕は君を見誤っていたようだね。謝るよ。許してほしい。
Oh, ZEPAR's voice is so good. George chose not to go along with this theatrical conversation. He just quietly looked down upon the game board, found the piece representing his mother, which was right next to his, and tipped it over. Oh no. This was the trial that ZEPAR and FURFUR had set for him, so that the love of the pairs will stand true. Offer up the life of one person by your own hands. Oh, it was similar to the trial during Beato's games, where they were given 3 options as a part of the test to select their next family head. Yeah, however, a pair of lovers will never abandon each other's lives. So they were automatically left with the option of sacrificing the life of another instead. In fact, it was merciful that they only had to choose the life of one person other than themselves instead of all. And besides, it only meant taking those lives as pieces on the board. For the versions of themselves whom the game board was the only world, this was a tragic parricide. But to those who stood around the game board in this smoking room, it was nothing more than movements of the pieces representing George's will to overcome his parents. However, the fact remained that the demons had ordered them to take these lives, even if it was just within one of the endless fragment worlds. George appeared to have distanced himself from the events on the demon's game board, but Jessica still seemed to resist the idea of stealing another person's life. Oh. Another person's life, even if it was only their life as a piece of the game board. Oh, what are you doing, Battler? Are you really going through with this?
おじけづいたか？
いえ、バトラさんの望むベアトリーチェはこんなことでは臆したりしません。
Is Beatrice gonna
さあ、次は誰が試練に挑戦を？
Is Beatrice gonna be forced to kill Kumasawa? Oh no. Ah, this is gonna be bad. Ah, no. Maybe Kumasawa, maybe Virgilia, I don't know. One or the other. Yes, Kumasawa.
誰でもいい。次なる犠牲者を選び出してほしい。
誰でもいい。次なる挑戦者は名乗り出てほしい。
Oh.
誰も名乗り出ないなら
僕の勝ちということだね。
Oh.
へえ、そうなるわ。ならばおめでとう。後ろ宮ジョージ。
あなたとあなたの愛する人の恋の成就へ至る扉の鍵を僕たちは今こそ授けん。
待てよ。
Oh, as the demons delightfully named George as the victor, they were interrupted by the next challenger.
ジェシカさん。
次は私だぜ。いいぜ、やってやろう。私だってカノン君のこと半端に考えてるわけじゃねえってこと見せてやらう。
So Shannon and Cannon did nothing. And only Beatrice voiced. Oh man. George finally got free from his helicopter mom, I guess. As usual, this year's family conference was getting bogged down. Everyone had decided to cool their heads for a moment, and a short break had been agreed upon. The four siblings could say whatever they wanted, but Natsuhi and Kyrie, for example, were outsiders and found it difficult to speak freely in this sort of atmosphere. So we had the introductions of the two demons, ZEPAR and FURFUR. A conference where you aren't allowed to say what you want can be tiring, even as you just sit there quietly. Even Kyrie couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. This was the second floor hallway of the mansion. Rudolf had wanted to be alone during the break, so she had felt like doing the same, and had drifted up the stairs to reach this place. Kyrie's expression was less tightly controlled than when her husband was around. She wore a tired look that she didn't often show. She pressed her cheek against the cool window glass. I need to regain my spirit and support my husband, even if I'm allowed to speak. Are we gonna get Kyrie development? Please, I need it. That's the duty I've won. I need Kyrie and Rudolf to have their screen time, please. That's... Oh. She suddenly sensed another person turn around to look behind her and saw Jessica standing at the other end of the hallway.
あら、ジェシカちゃんじゃない。ゲストハウスに行ったんじゃなかったの？
ちょっと本を取りに自分の部屋へ戻ってたんです。
そう、ゲストハウスに戻るところ？はい。
I'm feeling very tense all of a sudden.
そうです。
嫌な雨ね。風はだいぶ強いのかしら。
今は比較的弱いみたいです。
As Kyrie looked out the window, Jessica watched her back, looking agitated. Oh.
キリエおばさん、ごめんよ。
運
がなかったと思ってくれ。
Oh no. Why?
ゼパル、ジェシカの運命のルーレットはキリエを選んでしまったわ。
So it's Ava and Kyrie? Is this a game for... is this all planned by Battler, the game master? It should be, right? Everything. Oh god. Or is he not the game master? Or did you just put an illusion there to resemble Kinzo and is someplace else? Oh no. I'm getting confused now. Wait. So... where is this in the sixth game? Is this like the first 6 Twilights? Is this whole thing? So it's Ava, Kyrie, and... who else could it be? Maybe... I don't know. So... oh god, so... is Battler really sacrificing people for the game? Oh god. Where... they say it's another fragment, right? These people that they're killing. These pieces that they're killing are from another fragment, but... are they really? Or is this just a part of the sixth game? Ah, this is so confusing.
どうするんだいジェシカ。ルーレットはキリエを選んだけど、それを拒否して再びルーレットを回すのも君の勝手さ。試練に捧げるのは誰の命でも問わないのだから。
Jessica wasn't like George. George had willingly chosen Ava to be his sacrifice, to signify his separation from his old life, so he could step into a new life married to Shannon. However, Jessica hadn't thought of any particular target, so she had left it up to the roulette of fate. So not Natsuhi. That was no exaggeration. She had walked around at random, imposing a rule on herself that the first person she met would be chosen as her sacrifice, and so the roulette of fate had brought her to Kyrie. Of course, there was nothing forcing her to keep that rule. However, Jessica didn't want to break a rule she had once made. Even though she was participating in a demon's game, she still wanted to cling to this one last virtue. So she's sad because of that. Right now she could attack that unprotected back, but Jessica still wasn't able to fully resolve herself.
どうしたの？何か私に話でも？
Noticing the strange distance Jessica was standing at, Kyrie turned around. That unprotected back was already gone. Jessica realized that her hesitation had made her lose her own first chance. She had taken on this demon's game to prove her love for Canon. However, would it really be okay to sell her soul to demons for the sake of love? She had energetically consented to this demon's game, not wanting to let George, who had already taken an open-minded view of the situation, get any more of a lead on her. But her heart still wasn't ready.
キリエおばさんにこんな質問まずいかな。
何？ジェシカちゃんが私に質問なんて珍しいわね。答えられるものだといいんだけれど。
実は私好きな人がいるんです。
あら、そうなの？それは素敵ね。
Oh.
まさか恋の相談なの？
Oh.
そんなところです。
いいわよ。私でよければ力になるわ。
Oh, I need to get some backstory here. Please get some hints towards Asumu, please. I need something for Battler later on.
ありがとうございます。
Rudolf isn't speaking anything about that situation, so...
実はそれで、
But why does Shannon know it? I don't get it. I guess she was the game master, so she knew the secrets. No, that was... I'm confusing myself.
まだ片思いなの？
いえ、そこから両思いになりたてって感じのとこです。ただ結ばれるには試練があって。
Please speak about Asumu. I need it.
何それ？
I need something for...
もう一組の恋人たちがいて、争わなくちゃならないんです。
I need something for Ange and Battler later on.
三角関係？それとも四角関係？複雑そうね。
It's a love hexagon. Very complicated.
それで？
勝った方の恋人同士しか結ばれない。
It's a love hexagon with only 4 people. Oh man.
そういう複雑なことになってるんです。
Let me silence my phone here. Okay, I'm sorry.
つまり
嫌な話ね。相手を踏み台にしてしかどちらも成就できない恋なのね。
はい、自分たちが結ばれれば相手が破綻します。そして逆もしかりです。
質問の趣旨が大体分かったわ。こういうことでしょ？人は幸せになるためにどこまで他者を踏み台にすることが許されるのかでしょ？
So, if I remember correctly, it was Kyrie. My theory was that Kyrie and Rudolf were together for the longest time, but Rudolf had... Rudolf had Asumu as well. So when Asumu died, Kyrie married Rudolf soon after. That's what caused Battler to be angry at his father and leave for the 6 years. So at that point, we know that Battler thought he was Asumu's son, but actually he wasn't. But he's still Kinzo's grandson, so there is a blood connection there. She's also Ange's little sister. He's also Ange's older brother. So that means he's still connected to Rudolf, maybe by blood. Yes, Kyrie was very smart. She had already guessed the question that Jessica had wanted to ask most.
戦わなければ自動的に相手が勝ってジェシカちゃんたちは負けになる。しかし戦って勝てば相手を破綻させることになる。どちらも嫌な話ね。でも聞くまでもなく答えは決まっているわ。
はい。
Kyrie giggled. If she wasn't willing to stick to her love until the end, then that would show the limits of their relationship. If that were the case, she should just let the other pair of lovers win. However, if this was the love she couldn't abandon her chance at victory either, so she had no options other than to fight. In the end, Jessica's hesitation was caused by guilt over forcing the others to split apart as a result of her inevitable decision.
やっぱり私は甘えているでしょうか。
そうね、甘えてるわ。
でも自分たちが結ばれるために誰かを踏み台にするなんて、そんなの辛いです。
じゃあジェシカちゃんは恋のお相手を諦める？
それは
断言するわ。その方が辛いわよ。地獄を這うことになる。
Oh.
生涯ね。
Oh. A hardness had entered Kyrie's gaze.
私は6歳だったから当時は何もわからなかったけれど。
I need this. I need Battler family drama. I need it in my veins.
遺品の中にお母さんの手記があったわ。それは日記のようなものか。どちらかというと随想録ね。日記よりももっとアバウトなものよ。亡くなってすぐにそれを見つけて読んだけど、その意味を理解できるようになるには長い時間と私の成長を待たなければならなかったわ。なるほど。キリエの夫婦仲についての悩みが記されていたというのか。あれは完全にお母さんの呪い帳よね。その中身は6歳の私がずっと漠然と感じていた疑問を次々に表解させてくれたわ。
Book of Curses. Several questions I'd vaguely felt back when I was 6. When I was 6, it seemed as though my parents were very close and had no problems. And though I thought it odd that Onichan lived separately, even though he was in our family, I accepted it as the way things were.
アスムのことは知らなかったのか。お兄ちゃんが誰もいない時に話してくれたような気がするけど、小学校前の私にそれが理解できるはずがない。
This is the one holdout mystery that has me gnawing at the bone. I need it. I need to know, where does Battler come from? What was the whole deal with Asumu and Kyrie? And I need to know who Battler's mother really is. I guess I need to know Shannon's childhood as well. Another mystery that's calling to me. And I need to know the second Beatrice's life. Just a little reveal of that, maybe from Kumasawa. What else? I guess how Kinzo got the gold, maybe. How did Kinzo Kinzo's childhood as well. Kinzo what was his hometown when he was a child? I need to know that as well for the epitaph. What else? I need to know about Quadorian more. What else? The VIP room, maybe? Still a mystery surrounding that. Who else? guess maybe crosses childhood. Yeah, crosses childhood, maybe. Rudolph's past, maybe childhood as well. We got Ava and Rosa, a bit of Rosa's childhood as well.
だって写真すらない相手よ。お母さんはアスムさんの写った写真のすべてをお兄ちゃんに送って家の中には一切残さなかったそうだから。
To Ange and to Battler, who only rarely came home, Kyrie's smile never faltered. If she hadn't written her thoughts in that notebook, Ange would probably never have known them. Since his school days, Rudolf had been particularly popular with girls, a typical playboy, be bold over the top, yet still a little bit gentle towards women. He probably kept that formula for being popular with women inside his head. In their attempts to win Rudolph's favor, several women tried very seductive tricks. Rudolf probably enjoyed that part the most. Oh no. Since the beginning, love had been a game to Rudolf. He never thought of it as a trial and error process to find a single life partner. He would intentionally spark jealousy between women, laughed out their compliments, and reveled in the harem. Oh no, he lived a harem rom-com drama that ends in school days. Oh no. Oh no. Rudolf, what have you done? I can't believe you've done this. He may be my father, but he was an awful man. Oh no, his life was school days. Oh no.
でもお父さんも同時に媚びへつらう女の子たちをきっと見下してもいたのね。そんな中に自分の価値観をしっかりと持ち知性を見せるお母さんは目立って見えた。
Wait. Self-worth? I mean, if you had self-worth, you wouldn't be going after a person who is trying to spark jealousy and revel in the harem. That's not self-worth, is it? I mean, if you're marrying into the Ushurmiya family, maybe that has some very big benefits, maybe. I guess that's the intelligent part, maybe. I don't know. Marrying into a rich and old noble family, I guess. Still, self-worth is kind of questionable.
それすらもルドルフの目を引きたいキリエの知恵かもしれぬわ
な。I don't know about this.
かもね。お母さんはいろいろな意味で頭が良かったから。
Yeah, Kyrie was, but still. I mean, Kyrie didn't have her family, the Sumaderas. I guess she wasn't pleased with them, so I guess she... Like the other Ushurmiya siblings, Rudolf has strong ambitions and lofty goals, under the mottos of, if you can pull it off, you're golden, and as long as no one finds out. He will alternate between setting up businesses that were borderline swindles or illegal, then running away. I've heard that his college years, he was already making use of that talent, thinking up shameless projects and cleverly making money through the panic selling of party tickets, so much so that he could brag about carrying a wallet full of 110,000 yen notes at a time. Many women fell for his charisma and being the man responsible for these radical projects, as well as his thick wallet and generosity. It would be a lie to say that Kyrie wasn't one of them. However, what made Kyrie very different from the other women was that she could support Rudolf as a business partner. Rudolf would make large-scale parties successful, unable to hide his laughter at his massive, easy profit. The women would surround him. Amongst them, Only Kyrie was calm and composed. She could point out several ways that income and expenditure could be improved upon, and could even lay out a proposal for the next project.
そうしてルドルフにパートナーとして次第に認められていくわけであるか。
男子厨房に入るべからずっていうように、女もまた財布に入るべからずって空気はあるわよね。女はおごられて当たり前。男の出す1万円札をどうやって捻出しているかは野暮だから聞かない。
キリエは金に対する価値観が男性的であったということだ。
男子厨房に入るべからずっていうように、女もまた財布に入るべからずって空気はあるわよね。女はおごられて当たり前。男の出す1万円札をどうやって捻出しているかは野暮だから聞かない、知らない、興味もない。
I see. Rudolf noticed a true treasure in this part of Kyrie. He knew exactly how much hard work it took to get just one of those 10,000 yen notes. So somewhere inside him, he had looked down upon those extravagant women who never even considered the efforts he had undertaken. Of all of them, only Kyrie had possessed the same sharp financial intuition as Rudolf. Every time he thought of a new plan, he would talk to Kyrie about it, work out the kinks, and make it succeed. In this way, Kyrie steadily worked her way up until she was number one of Rudolf's large group of followers.
でも、お母さんだって女、他の女たちにちやほやされてるお父さんを見て、心が安らいでたかどうかは疑わしい。
ナンバーワンよりオンリーワンの方が良いというもの。
そういうこと。お母さんはお父さんの右腕として活躍しながらも、その陰では狡猾に他の女性を切り離していったわ。
Oh, I want to see that. I want to see that story.
お母さんの恋の成就はもはや時間の問題だった。
アスムはいつからいたのか。
ルドルフさんの取り巻きの一人よ。いいえ、取り巻いてさえいなかったわ。ただのファンの一人だったわ。
One of his fans.
話したことはあるんですか？
Never fuck your friends. Oh, never fuck your fans. That was the rule.
もちろん、私は彼女のことをよく知ってるわ。ルドルフさんがアスムさんの名前さえ知らなかった一番最初からね。あの子もきっと頭のいい子だったのよ。狡猾だったわ。私は頭の良さで目立とうとしたけど、彼女は全くその逆で目立とうとしたの。
Oh no, the transfer student arrives and robs Kyrie of Rudolf's love. Oh no. Kyrie, you failed in the moments that you became the childhood friend.
庇護欲のかきたて方がうまいって意味よ。こびてイチャついてくる女たちの中で、彼女の仕草の一つ一つが派手な女たちに触傷を起こしていたルドルフさんには目立って見えたのよ。
Oh god, I can just picture it. Oh no. Kyrie still acknowledges the mistake she made in letting Asumu and Rudolf get too close. Kyrie had thought that taking the role of Rudolf's business partner meant she would have him all to herself. That might have been due to her pride, and it might have been her arrogance as she tried to eliminate the relationships between all the other girls and Rudolf. Perhaps she sometimes tried too hard as a business partner, putting too much pressure on him, regardless of the fact that it was justified. Bit by bit, Rudolf had started to need a woman who could stay quiet and soothe him without making him think about anything complicated. That woman was Asumu. I see.
私は冷酷で知的、合理的で経済的。カルネアデスの船板のような状況があったら、躊躇なく相手を蹴落とすわ。
Oh.
そんなパートナーがあの人にはふさわしいと思っていた。
QA. Oh no. I'm sorry about the dog. However, though that ruthlessness had made her reliable on the business side of the things, it might have disturbed Rudolf deeply outside of business. At some point, though Rudolf still acknowledged Kyrie's skill, he began to yearn for a quiet, warm acceptance. Asuma had satisfied all those conditions. She would never talk about anything complicated, and even if he did, she would just shake her head to say she didn't know. However, she would care more for him physically than anyone else, quietly putting a blanket on him and staying by his side until morning.
確かに私はビジネスのパートナーの座を手に入れた。しかしいつしかルドルフさんには心を癒してくれるメンタルのパートナーが必要になっていた。
We need an anime about Rudolph's harem lifestyle in his youth. I need to see that animated.
私は愚かしくも知的を自称しながらそれに気づけずにいたわ。
The drama might be too much to pass. It's too good.
それでルドルフおじさんはアスムおばさんと結婚を？
Man, she should be speaking this to either Ange or to Ballard, not Jessica. Why is she revealing this to?
そうよ。取られた。
She stole him away by sleeping with him.
たくさんの女をはべらしていたもの。今さらどこの女と遊んだって情を移すような人じゃない。それにあの人にとって女なんて遊びでしかなかったもの。だからこそ私は体以外を武器に自分の存在を示していた。
It's not a harem anime, it's a harem hentai at this point. Rudolph has too much chat energy
慢心だな。
to be a dance protagonist.
女として間もなく2人は解任するわ。アスムさんはそれをすぐにお父さんに打ち明けたけど、お母さんは逆だった。
Oh God.
身重になることがビジネスパートナーの座を揺るがすことになりかねないと恐れたのだな。当時のお母さんは食が細くて体調不良とか当たり前だったみたい。だから解任に気づくのも随分遅れた。
She didn't eat much.
気づいたのは、アスムさんとお父さんが電撃入籍をしてからよ。お母さんはその後に妊娠を知ってアスムさんやお父さんを揺さぶろうと随分暗躍したみたいだけど。
Wait, two pregnancies.
アスムさん、あんなにぼんやりしてそうなのにルドルフさんを加え込んだら話はしない。
Please don't tell me that.
だから何ですか。どうぞお引き取りくださいですってよ。
What about Ange? Ange came. Wait. Ange was 6 at the time of the game, so she was born when Battler left the family register, right? So, who was the other child? Wait, who was Asumu's child, actually? Wait. So Battler isn't Asumu's child. Oh my god. Oh. Did Kinzo take Asumu's child then? And that child was Shannon. And Battler was Kyrie's child. Then, like, oh man, this is getting complicated. Wait. So maybe Battler was Kyrie's son? Because he wasn't Asumu's, right? That was the red truth given in episode 4 by Beatrice. Oh man.
バス一つ乗るにも怖い怖いと縮こまってたあの小娘がね。
He's still Rudolph's. He's still. Oh, it makes sense now. So he's still Angie's brother. which means that he's related by blood to Ange. I thought he was only Rudolf's child, but maybe he's Kyrie's child as well.
あの時悟ったわ。本当に狡猾だったのは彼女だった。そうよ。乗り物恐怖症だってルドルフさんの気を引くための嘘だったわ。ごめんなさい。こんな話を聞いてもつまらないわよね。
あ、いえ。
せめて私の産む子だけでも認知させたかったわ。ルドルフさんもそのつもりはあったみたい。病院もきっちり手配してくれたし、アスムさんの出産が近づいても海外しく私のところにも来てくれてたっけ。もはや向こうが本当の奥さんなのにね。ひどい人だわ。本当。
Oh god, this really is a school day situation. Oh no. After that is a tale I can't bear even to tell. Both Asuma and I had the same delivery date, and yet her pregnancy had meant her marriage, where mine was completely meaningless. I swore to bring up my child well and have Rudolf's son acknowledge it. The fight between Asuma's son and me ended with my loss. However, I wasn't down for the count. If I could make my child excel far more than Asuma's sons, if I could make it fully acknowledged by Rudolf's son, I would be rewarded. That's what I believed.
しかし、
Oh.
キリエの子は死産だった。
What is happening? Wait, so it isn't Battler then?
ええ、アスムさんにはお兄ちゃんが生まれた。
Wait.
しかし、お母さんからは誰も。お母さんのせめて第二夫人の座に残りたいという最後の希望は絶たれた。
Wait. Am I misremembering? Wait, no. Well, it was Asuma, right? He wasn't Asuma's son. Kyrie had fallen from being his partner for being his second wife, and then unable to give birth to the bond of a child, she tumbled down to being merely his mistress. I can't imagine how much she must have hated Asuma and that kid, Battler. Oh.
そんなのをお首にも出さず。
Oh my god, Rudolf, what the fuck?
お母さんはお兄ちゃんとも親しげに接してたわ。ショックだった。あの優しいお母さんがお兄ちゃんにそんな負の感情を持っていて、それを隠し覆せてたなんて。
To think that my gentle mother had held such negative emotions for Oni-chan. Oh.
憎かったであろうな、バトラーが。
でしょうね。もし死産がアスムさんで、お母さんの方がお兄ちゃんを出産していたなら、何か歴史は変わっていたかもしれない。
No, that... Oh, no.
もしもそうだったなら、自分と再婚するようなシナリオを描きたいと思ってたみたい。
Rudolf visited her hospital. Oh no. Did Rudolf... Oh god. You absolute asshole, dude. What an absolute asshole.
それも随想録にか。
ええ、だからこそそれは随想、妄想。涙で濡らしたシーツの端を噛みながらのお母さんの怨嗟。
Battler wasn't Asuma's child. Rudolf visited the hospital. Kyrie's son was pronounced stillbirth. Battler went on to live with Asuma being the mother. Battler Rudolf. Where did Battler come from? I'm thinking Kyrie, but could be from the Gospel House as well. But I don't know. The part about Asumu. Oh man, this is harsh.
後悔は1点だけ。
解任ですか。
違う違う。私のおごりだけよ。
That angle.
ルドルフさんはもう私のものだから絶対安全。あんなアスムなんていう小娘に負けるわけがない。彼女がバスや飛行機でギャーギャーわめくとき、私はその手配と経費を適正に処理できた。だから私は一番ルドルフさんに信頼されているとおごり高ぶっていた。
Oh my god. Kyrie.
恋って育むって言うでしょ。
はい。
間違ってないわ。二人で水をやり世話をして育む、そして最後に結実するのが愛という実なの。知ってる？結実して終わりじゃないのよ。愛を収穫しなきゃ恋は成就したことにならないの。
Oh, so you need a reward.
収穫って？
それはジェシカちゃんが考えなさい。実らせても収穫しなきゃ傷んで腐ることもある。虫がたかることだってもちろんあるわ。いいえ、それどころか盗人が現れてもぎ取っていってしまうことさえもね。
This is heavy.
ジェシカちゃんたち若い子の恋愛観は育むところで終わってる。それは甘いわ。愛を収穫しなきゃ恋は報われない。
愛を収穫。
それは一見愛し合う二人きりだけの問題に見えて、そんなことはないのよ。だからいつ収穫しても自由なんていう先延ばしは盗人に機会を与えるだけ。
Battler isn't Asumu's child. Battler isn't. Yeah, he's still Ange's brother. He must... Oh no. So he's actually Kyrie's as well. Did Rudolf exchange the babies in the hospital, maybe? Maybe Asumu was the one who had a stillbirth and Rudolf exchanged the babies, maybe. Yeah, that seems maybe right, maybe? I don't know.
苦労して育てた実が翌朝にもぎ取られて亡くなっていたら。
But oh, I see. Rudolf didn't want to marry Kyrie, so he didn't allow Kyrie to have a child. And since Asumu was stillbirth, Asumu's child was stillbirth, he exchanged that with Kyrie's, maybe. And then he married Asumu with Battler being exchanged. And everyone lived happily ever after. Or not. Then Kyrie, but still, where does the red hair come from? Oh god. Maybe from Kinzo? Maybe Kinzo was a redhead when he was young.
昨日のうちにめんどくさがらずに収穫しておけばよかったと後悔するはずよ。
Ange and Battler had the same hair color, same eyes. They don't resemble either Rudolf or Kyrie at all, actually. Wait, could it be that they are not even Rudolf's kids then? I mean, it could be it. It could be that Battler and Ange are from somewhere else. Ah, this is so confusing. Where does the red head come from, actually? The red hair. Oh no. I'm getting lost.
辛いわよ。その後悔は地獄を這うわよ。
Could it be that I think maybe it is about Kinzo's resemblance.
私はこう思うよ。
I guess you could say that where does Cross's gold blonde hair come from? Still a mystery, actually. I thought that Cross alone was Beatrice's child, the Beatrice from the mistress Beatrice, and that was why Jessica resembled Beatrice of the portrait way back when in the beginning. Now I think that it's Shannon instead.
その地獄が18年で終わったから。
My hell ended after 18 years.
だからもう私は自分を間違えない。
Oh, that face.
あの人は私のものよ。もう逃がさない。手放さない。そして主に感謝する。
My
その
master.
機会を与えてくれて、絶対にあの人を諦めないという絶対の意志に奇跡が応えてくれたんだ。
My certain willpower was answered with a miracle. Oh my god. did Lambda Delta and did Lambda Delta and Bercastel have something to do with Kyrie? By now, Jessica was speechless and didn't even urge Kyrie to continue. I guess Lambda Delta more than anything. This true form of love that Kyrie was telling her about was far more harsh than anything she had imagined.
今の私はルドルフさんを私のところにつなぎ止めるためなら何でもするわ。そしてルドルフさんの敵には一切容赦しない。あの人が望むならば私は人殺しさえも躊躇しないかもしれない。
Oh.
18年目にしてようやく
Episode 3.
その決意を持ったからこそ絶対の意志が奇跡を私にもたらしてくれたんだわ。奇跡はね、それを自ら成し遂げられる者のところにしか現れない。
Maybe Bercastel. Maybe both. Asuma's death had not been a murder of any sort. Asuma's death had not been a murder of any sort. However, Kyrie had constantly cursed her and hoped for her death. And finally, on the 18th year, she had built up the determination to kill her with her own hands. And she actually had gotten herself a blade to do the deed with. That was when the miracle had occurred.
アスムおばさんが亡くなったことが奇跡。
Oh.
違うわ。そんなの全然奇跡じゃない。だって彼女が死ななければ私が殺していたもの。つまり彼女は必ず死ぬ運命だった。奇跡なのは、彼女が死んだにもかかわらず私が自らの手を汚さずに済んだ。
Oh my god, Kyrie. Oh shit. This is school days. Run away. Run away, Jessica. This is really bad.
この一点に尽きるのよ。
Oh no, this is really... Kyrie, you're a yandere, dude. Until now, Kyrie had never shown Jessica... No, she had never even shown Rudolf that glint in the deepest depths of her eyes. Oh no, this is actual school days. It told plainly and clearly that romance and love are not the sweet and fluffy candies that young girls imagine them to be. Jessica was overwhelmed by that pressure and stunned silent. And she had to acknowledge it. This was the power of will that could make love be realized. With the force of his willpower, Kyrie had supported Rudolf as a wife, and it was the same as George's. He had already developed and proven that he had that willpower to oppose all obstacles to love between different classes. Right now, Jessica could clearly understand. This was the magnitude of George's determination, which allowed him to coldly carry out his part of the trial. Then, what about her? she really had the resolve to make her love of Cannon bear fruit, and to then harvest that fruit.
"ごめんなさい。軽いアドバイスのつもりが怖がらせすぎちゃったかしら。この天気のせいね。軽く凄むだけのつもりだったのに、加減を間違えちゃったわ。
Oh. Kyrie let a relaxed smile rise to her face. Kyrie, what the fuck? The tense atmosphere finally slackens after her words have been gouged into Jessica's heart. Oh no. This reminds me of
ジェシカちゃんの
episode
恋が
3.
どんなものかはわからないけれど、ライバルがいて、お互いが譲れない状況ならばなおのこと、のんびりなんかしてられない。じゃないと私みたいになっちゃうわよ。女は恋のために人生で一度殺意を持つべきよ。世界中で母を名乗る全ての女がそうだったと断言できるわ。
Oh my god.
だってそうじゃない女は他の女に食い殺されて生涯を嫉妬と後悔の地獄で這い続けるのだから。私はその地獄に18年いた。私は幸運よ。たった18年で恩赦になれた。
I was lucky to be pardoned after just 18 years.
あの地獄には今も大勢の女たちがいて死ぬまで出られないの。後悔する自分を自らの手で処刑しない限りね。
Oh my god. Kyrie, what?
なんていうか、言葉もないです。
I would just turn away and just run. This is
エールを送るつもりだったのに、私ったら脅しすぎたわ。本当にごめんなさい。恋愛なんてもっともっと気楽でいいのよ。恋愛なんて本当に火遊び。誰でも簡単に気軽に遊べちゃう。そして間違えて大やけどした時、その傷が生涯残るんだけどね。
regrets from love never fade. That was all that Kyrie had been trying to communicate. It wasn't like Kyrie to start telling stories from her past, stories you would normally expect her to avoid, instead of giving a brief answer. However, Kyrie might have thought Jessica deserved to hear. Jessica had timidly brought up the subject of love. Perhaps Kyrie had opened up and told everything, because she had seen the fires of Jessica's determination in her eyes.
じゃあ、私はそろそろ戻るわね。今の話、私たちだけの内緒よ。
With a mysterious smile on her face, Kyrie turned around.
脅しすぎちゃったかしら。でも、脅されて知る地獄の方が100倍いい。そこに落ちた時は、もう手遅れなのだから。頑張ってね、ジェシカちゃん。ややこしそうな恋だけど、負けないでね。
Oh no.
たまには人生の先輩らしく振る舞えたかしら。ん？何？ジェシカちゃん。
Oh. What the fuck? Huh? Oh. A windstorm grazed Kyrie's head. Oh. What the fuck? It had been a hair's breadth away. Oh. If Kyrie hadn't twisted her body slightly, a fist would probably be buried her face by now. A bitter smile rose to Jessica's face when she saw that her fist strike had failed to land a kill.
言っとくけど、卑怯者だから不意打ちをしたわけじゃねえんだぜ。
What is happening? What is that sprite? What is that eye? Reminds me of Higurashi. Oh no.
わけのわからないうちに一撃で痛みさえ理解できないうちに終わらせようとしたのに。
I guess you now have Dlanor with the same cat eyes.
言ったでしょ、嫉妬の地獄で生きてきたって。刺されそうになったことの2度や3度あるんだから、わかるのよ。不意打ちの直前の雰囲気が。
気配で分かったとでも？
それプラス、一番最初の嘘かしら。
嘘？
だって、ゲストハウスから来て、ジェシカちゃんの部屋で本を取って帰ろうとしたら、ここでこの向きでは出会わないもの。あなたがその嘘をつく必要性について、チェス盤理論で想定した7つのケースの中で、最悪のものがこれだったわ。
Telling a hasty lie to Kyrie would only put her on guard. If Jessica hadn't told that lie, her surprise attack would have succeeded.
やるね。さすがキリエおばさんだぜ。
どうして？あなたは最初から私を殺すつもりだったわ。
誰でもよかった。
最悪だわ。
Oh my
キリエ
god.
おばさんの話のおかげで吹っ切れた。感謝するぜ。
Oh man. Kyrie dodged that punch, placed her hand against that fist, and slammed it against the wall. Normally, Jessica would have hurt her hand on the wall and rolled around, clutching at it in pain. However, Jessica's fist had left what looked like a meter-wide crater on the wall. Oh, what is this? What is happening? Oh my god, this is amazing actually. Instead of wearing a look of anguish, Jessica clicked her tongue in irritation at having missed.
すごいわね。さすがクラウス兄さんの子だわ。ボクシングでも始めたの？
Boxing doesn't leave craters in the wall. Impossible. Jessica is barehanded. She isn't holding any sort of weapon at all.
抵抗しないで、おばさん。頭一発、痛みなんか感じさせない。
Jessica lost to Ronove, but she's very strong, I guess. Kyrie tried to look confident, but she couldn't hide her confusion at this unreal destructive force. That punch had hit, her head probably would have split open like Jessica had said, killing her without any pain. Is this because of ZEPAR and FURFUR? Maybe.
行くぜ。
Oh man. If Kyrie's kick off the ground and backward leap had been an instant slower, or her gut would probably have been pulverized. Though she had avoided it by a hair, Jessica's left body blow was followed by a terrible burst of wind, like an explosion which blew Kyrie back.
これは夢？
Do you know how strong you have to be to move a wind, like to move the air into a shockwave? It does. You need to be very strong.
私寝ぼけてる。わけがわからない。
This Jessica looked like the normal Jessica, but something was different. Even Even a train hitting a wall wouldn't cause a shockwave of air. I think it would, but still not too much. I don't know about the physics of it. Somebody can explain better, I think. But you need to be very strong. It wasn't a human, and common sense didn't apply to it. This had to be some kind of nightmare. Kyrie slowly stood up. Then she looked at Jessica, noticed the several meters between them, and realized just how far that blast of wind had sent her flying. Not even a freight train hitting a wall can do that.
恨んでくれていいぜ。でも私もキリエおばさんの言うように弾けないんだ。私も自分の恋、中途半端には終わらせられねえんだ。
あなたは何を言ってる
if a shockwave of air hit you and you would be blown apart.
ねえ、何を言ってるの？何なのよ、これは一体。誰か教えて！
The scene around Jessica seemed to bend like a heat wave. It seemed to be enshrouding her fist. I guess you don't have any magical power compared to Beatrice. Didn't you have something to kill Leviathan in episode 3? Was it Leviathan? Yeah. Didn't you have speed as well? Come on, use that speed to escape. And it seemed as though something like a red magic circle had appeared beneath her feet. It looked just like a western demon standing amidst the flames of hell. Oh no, her power level. What does the scouter say about her power level? Each time Jessica murdered, her fists were surrounded by a pulsating, sinister red light. Umineko is a battle manga. Those fists, which were actually smoking, surely represented the iron hammers of hell, wielded by demons. Kyrie dashed away with lightning speed. Yes, right now, that was her best option. Fortunately, she was smart enough to realize that pinching her cheeks wasn't the best way to wake up from this nightmare. Oh. What? And Jessica murdered once more. Oh. Oh no. A blood-red magical barrier cut across the corridor. Kyrie slammed into it hard and realized her path of escape had been cut off. Is this what I think it is? Wait. This is the first Twilight, right? They're killing people for the first Twilights. Could it be that Battler, the game master, is doing this? Like engineering this all to happen, using Jessica and George as pieces to kill the others. Could it be? Oh my god. It's just like how Beatrice used Beatrice to commit the murders instead. Oh man. So he knows what Kyrie is speaking right now. He knows her past now. Is this like Battler in disguise, maybe, even? Oh my god. Hope not, hope not. Oh man. Wielding her flames, Jessica slowly stepped forward towards her. Each time her foot lifted off the floor, a scorching steam hung around her footprint. This was a true nightmare. Kyrie clutched her head in her hands, shaking it over and over again. Oh my god, that face. Oh man. Oh. Oh. This is a reversal. Jessica's neck was twisted at an odd angle, and she staggered backwards, her eyes white, as though she didn't have a clue what had just happened. In her forehead, a demon's stake was buried at an angle. Oh. pulled this out of her, spun around, and then became Leviathan and landed. The hole left behind in Jessica's head spewed blood.
人のレビアタン、ここに。
悪夢の中だっていうなら、私の悪夢に出てくる友人がいてもいいわよね。
Oh.
嫉妬の地獄の友人よ。危機一髪だったわ。
感謝
My
は早い
friend
わ。
from the hell of envy.
こいつ耐えてる。
Oh my god, what is happening? Even though she had taken a deep gouge to the top of her head, Jessica just stood there, convulsing and wide-eyed, and didn't fall over. The blood stopped pouring out of her forehead, and her blank, doll-like eyes returned. Oh no. Then she slowly pressed her own hand against the wound in her forehead. There was a sizzle, as though she had pressed a hot iron against it. It was easy to tell that she was doing this to seal up the wounds. If Kyrie didn't escape now, there would never be another chance.
あいつを倒せる。
無理ね。あいつ大悪魔の誰かと契約してるわ。
She's immortal. She's immortal thanks to a contract with one of the great demons. What?
それは愛ゆえに、だから不死身なのさ。
はあ、愛よ偉大なる。我らの祝福する者に不死身あれ。
I'm trying to grasp my head that this is all engineered by Battler, the game master. This has to be, right? Battler is completely insane.
この赤い魔法の壁は破れる。
ロノエ様も大悪魔。私じゃ無理よ。
窓から逃げられる。
窓もとっくにロノエ様の結界で塞がれてるわ。
すごいわね。恋のために悪魔に魂を売ったわけかしら。
よくもあんな大悪魔たちとこんなにも契約が。妬ましい。
装甲付与、全属性防御、攻撃反応装甲付与。
What does the scouter say about her power level? It's over 9,000. In response to these words, this time her entire body pulsated with a red light. She had upgraded herself with a defensive power that would prevent Leviathan's attacks from working again.
あいつ何を言ってるの？
自己増強よ。エンチャントっていうの。今のあいつは私に二度と貫かせない防御力を持ち、その上攻撃者にダメージ反射する力まで持ってる。もう人間じゃないわ。化け物よ。
なんだ。さっきと大して変わってないわね。
そうとも言う？
最初の時点から勝ち目がないことに何の変化もないわ。
Oh no, Leviathan is crying. No. Don't kill Leviathan.
痛かった。でももう効かない。
Jessica slowly lifted the hand that had been covering her forehead, and there was no longer any hold there. The hall was cut off by barriers on both sides, and even the windows were sealed. There was no way out.
そこの部屋の扉封印されてる？
ただの施錠だわ。でもただの部屋よ。窓はあるけれどすでに封印されてるわ。つまりは密室。私たちの棺桶ってわけ。
棺桶？上等だわ。鍵を開けて。妬ましいわ。あんたにしか開けられないなって。
Oh. Leviathan's stake flew about at high speeds, ramming itself into the keyhole of that room. The tip of that stake had become a key. As soon as it was unlocked, the door flew open. Oh, a new place. Oh, this is... Both of them fell into the room and quickly unlocked it. This was probably Cross's study. Oh, its soothing furnishings brought about a sense of nobility that Cross would probably like. Is Kyrie going to die here? Oh no.
正常なんかしてもあいつは扉を一撃で打ち砕けるわ。キリエは自分で自分の棺桶の蓋を閉じただけよ。
でもね、 棺桶の中で私たちにとどめを食らわせたかったら蓋を開けなければならない。
With dim eyes, Jessica tilted her head upon hearing Kyrie's
何を言っ
words.
てんの。その小さな部屋がどうしておばさんを守ってくれると。
確かにこの部屋は密室だわ。私たちの退路はない。でもね、あなただってこの部屋には侵入できないのよ。それが密室というもの。
何を言っている。そんなちっぽけな部屋のこんなちっぽけな扉一枚でどうして私から逃れたつもりに。
Jessica weirdly looked between her own burning fists and the door, with a confused expression on her face. Then, slowly, she sent that pulsating red light to her fists. She repeatedly enchanted her fists to give them the destructive power for the killing blow.
こんな扉粉々にしてやる。
できるならね、やってごらんなさい。
After sealing the door and calmly saying those words, Kyrie placed a single index finger on the door. Jessica slowly raised her fire-wreathed demon fists.
さよならキリエおばさん。
What? Rock limitation. Jessica's fist slammed the door in slow motion. It was like the sight scene in a movie being acted out. However, this was not an act. Jessica's fists really were slowing down as though they were being sucked in, like a spoon sinks through a jar of honey. That punch was no longer a punch. It was no more than a knock.
嫉妬するのよ。
嫉妬。
私は恋に対する甘えと傲慢から18年嫉妬の地獄を張ったわ。だからあなたが妬ましいの。あなたは私の忠告を受けて恋を成就させて美しい人生を歩むでしょうね。
Nah, she's gonna die. She's gonna die. Everyone dies. Only Ava goes to in one of the timelines survives.
ああ、妬ましいわ。女の一番美しい時間をあなたは私よりも18年も長く過ごせる。ああ、妬ましい。
Jessica tried to slam her fist against the door over and over again. However, as soon as her fists approached it, its speed plummeted. She could barely knock, much less smash the door.
速度不要、瞬発不要、音速不要。
無駄よ、お嬢ちゃん。
砕けろ。
With full speed upgrades, Jessica's fist moved at the speed of sound, 1,225 kilometers per hour. I heard how long had Jessica been in Navy to gain that speed. She had started to envy George and Shannon's relationship about 2 years ago. 2 times 365, 730 days. Quick maths. 730 days times 24 equals 17,520 hours. However, she wasn't envious all the time. It only happened when Shannon started going on about George. With Shannon's shift about 3 days of the week. Oh my god. Divided by 7, multiplied by 3, and it wasn't as though she would go on about George all day long. Her phone words for him will only leave a mark on Jessica for about an hour, right? So only 24th of each day. 17,520 divided by 7, multiplied by 3, divided by 24 equals 312. Removing the fractional part. The number of hours that Kyrie had been jealous was oh my god, 157,680. In other words, this wasn't even 0.2% of the time Kyrie had been jealous. Quick maths here. Even 1,225 kilometers per hour, the speed of sound becomes only 2.45 kilometers per hour. in the one divided by 500 world. Oh my god, I'm done. I'm done reading math. I'm not good at reading math
わかる？
in a foreign language.
あなた恋も嫉妬も足りないわ。
Even if she increased the speed of her fist, in Kyrie's world, Jessica couldn't make it any faster than a walking child. Jessica ground her teeth, her fist still pressed against the door. If someone could have seen this from both sides of the door, it would look as though Kyrie was holding it shut with a single finger.
さすがキリエ！ねえ、この部屋は密室でしょ？ジェシカちゃんはせいぜいノックをすることはできるけど、中の私たちには指一本触れることはできない。
ベアトリーチェの密室テーマ。
何それ。
こうなるとこの密室ちと厄介ですが、密室殺人を行うのは人間には不可能。それが行えるのは魔法だけです。ジェシカ様が真に魔法を理解されない限り打ち破れますまい。
もはやジェシカちゃんに私を詰めることはできない。やがて時間は進み、私がいつまでも戻らないことに気づいた親族たちが屋敷を探し始めるわ。そしてあなたは観測される。魔女も魔法も観測されたら消える。悪夢の時間はもう終わりよ、お嬢ちゃん。
おや、ジェシカがいきなり脱落なんてびっくりだよ。
Oh.
どうか頑張って愛しのカノンのためにも。
さあジェシカ、愛を信じてどうか奇跡を見せておくれ。
Oh man.
訂正するわ。時間の経過を待つ必要さえない。だってここに内線電話があるんだもん。もちろん断線なんかしてないわ。私はこの受話器を取る。これが私のチェックメイト。
I'll just grab a chip and eat it. Grab a potato chip and eat it. I fucked up the reference. I'm sorry.
構築完了。密室殺人。
おや、有効ですな。
浸透付与。打撃伝達。間接攻撃力付与。
Oh. Jessica's fist, which was pressed against the door, glowed red and then white hot. Oh. Jessica didn't even swing her fist. She just kept it pressed against the door. However, Jessica's murder extended within the closed room. Through the crack in the door, through the keyhole, burst the flames of hell. Jessica couldn't see what was happening inside the room. However, even here, on the other side of the door, she could tell that the flames of hell had swallowed the entire room. Oh. Is Kyrie gonna be burned by the boiler room? Oh my god. It was Kinzo's body that was burned in the first few episodes, right? Oh man. She's gonna have a Kyrie's smoldering death throes could be heard from across the door. Jessica clearly heard as Kyrie danced a dance of death amidst the hellfire, fell to her knees, and slumped over to the floor. Slowly, Jessica tore her burning fist away from the door.
そんなに嫉妬の地獄が恋しいなら焼かれてろ。嫉妬の炎で永遠に。
She's gonna have a carbonized body.
嫉妬から学ぶものもあるだろうぜ。だがそれは誇るもんじゃねえし義務でもねえ。やっぱりあんたおごってたぜ、キリエおばさん。
Oh man.
お見事な密室殺人ですな。
後片付けを頼むぜ。やがて見つかる遺体が黒焦げじゃ。
Oh.
あまりに申し訳がない。
Oh, I'm sorry.
綺麗にしてやってくれるか。
かしこまりました、お嬢様。
It would have been so great to have another burned body instead of only Kinzo. Renove transformed into a gold butterfly and entered across the study through the keyhole. And he had to cross his arms and think about how he should even start cleaning up Kyrie's unrecognizable corpse and this room that had ended up as a burning hell. Jessica finally let out the breath that had she been holding down her chest. Her normal human glint finally returned to her eyes, and then she couldn't help but shudder at what she'd done. Even if it had been just a trial on the game board for the sake of her love.
悪魔ども、これでいいんだろう。
お見事です、ジェシカ。
Oh, these two. Oh, so no, not even phased.
あなたの愛も本物だ。
What is this music? Wait. Wait. Beatrice just... Wait, Waltz Opera 3, 34. George welcomed Jessica with crisp applause. Beato timidly tried to join him, but Jessica yelled at her and she stopped.
ゲーム版の上の話じゃないか。そこまで悲しむことじゃない。
Go.
理屈じゃ分かってる。でもだからって心の整理がつくわけがねえだろ。お嬢様、カノン君、私君のことが好き。
I feel bad for Jessica now. Because... Oh no.
諦められないよ。だから示したよ。私の気持ち。私間違ってないよね。間違ってないよね。
You did something that isn't going to get you any rewards, that's for sure. As Jessica started to sob, Shannon held her quietly. Because Shannon really is the culprit, then she actually kills both Jessica and George. So, no matter how much they try to prove it, it doesn't matter in the end. She still kills them. And she realized that he would have to carry on the determination she had shown him.
何も間違ってないさ。そして人の心を残し苦しむことも間違ってない。僕はそういうことに対し少し君よりストイックだっただけの話さ。
Now you're just insane.
ジョージ様の境地に至れるわけではありません。
What is this?
しかしどうあれ、お嬢様はとにもかくにも試練を成し遂げられた。
This whole situation is making me feel intensely creeped out.
お見事です。その決意の強さ。
Oh.
そういうことであるな。
誰もがジョージ様の境地に至れるわけではありません。しかしどうあれ、お嬢様はとにもかくにも試練を成し遂げられた。お見事です。その決意の強さ、敬服します。
Look at this line. I just happen to be a bit more stoic when it comes to that sort of thing. George is the very definition of the subreddit, I am very badass. George is very badass. In quotation marks.
ジョージもジェシカも見事やり遂げたことは同じだ。
I'm sorry to say, I didn't feel anything with George and his battle against his mother.
あっぱれであったぞジェシカ。今の密室殺人、魔女のわらわも見惚れるなかなかのものであった。
He's mistaking ordering people and being stoic as all hell as being cool or attractive. But no, it's not that. Jessica had used magic to kill Kyrie, who was holed up inside a closed room. In that instant, Jessica had constructed a closed room murder, had it acknowledged by the demons, and raised it to the level of magic.
これで2人の試練が完了だわ。
さあ次は誰が挑戦を？
ベアトリーチェ様かしら？
いやいやシャノンかもしれないよ。
ここはカノンの出番に違いないわ。
Oh, I want to see Canon.
さあ名乗り出てほしい。次は誰？誰が試練を？
I want to see Canon, but I think it's gonna be Shannon, then Canon, and then finally Beatrice.
魔女がゲーム版の殺人に臆してどうするというのか。臆ても過ぎれば恋を殺すぞ。
Oh.
さあ次は
誰が恋の殺人を？
Why is this so blatant? Why? Why the fuck is this so blatant? Oh my god. Why? The three who remained looked at each other. If none of the others raised their hands, in the next few seconds they would raise their own hands. All three thought of this at the same time. So, they all raised their hands at the same time. Why is this so blatant? The ones they loved had already shown their determination. This can't be. I'm dying here. I am dying. They had to carry on. I am literally about to cry. The fate of those who do not fight. Oh, this is gonna be Rosa. Oh no. Rosa could be seen in the parlor. The relatives apparently all wanted to be alone after dispersing for a short break. Since everyone avoided the parlor, the one where people would normally gather, Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. That didn't mean she looked relaxed. Her expression was heavy with gloom and weariness. The cup of black tea that she had brought from the dining hall had gone cold. A pleasant silence, now that no one was in sight. Rosa's heart finally awoke. She was always treated like a kid in the conferences with her three siblings. She had no influence at all. This is gonna be Shannon, right? Shannon, then Canon, then Beatrice in the ends. But possibly because of that, she was apparently considered to be a neutral party. The siblings would often ask for her agreement, sometimes even treating her like a referee or a judge.
それをうまく生かして
This is gonna be Shannon having revenge because of her mother's death, isn't it? Rosa supposedly killed her mother. Oh
私の
man.
望むように会議を誘導しなくちゃ
I have to find almost 100 million yen by March. It was supposed to be my great commitment, a burden I bore to help support that man's business. Wait, so Kyrie, Eva, now Rosa.
今はもうよくわからない
That man's business.
借金を無事に返済できたら彼は連絡をくれるのだろうか
So I was wrong on Eva and Rosa, but I was right on Kyrie. If I can't pay off my debt, will he call me again? Oh man.
冗談じゃない今さら連絡なんかくれてもこっちから願い下げようでもあなたはマリアの父親なのよせめて一度でいいから会ってあげて愛というのは貫くのも辛いのですね誰
though no one should have been in the parlor, someone suddenly spoke to Rosa and she jumped. It's Canon. Wow. Just when did he get there? Canon could be seen standing there. Even considering that she had been deep in thought, to think that she hadn't noticed him at all. Now I'm wondering about the second Twilight, the two who are close. Is it gonna be...
びっくりしたわ。ごめんなさい。考え事をしてて気づかなかったみたい。何？
いえ、ローザ様を今苦しめているのは愛ゆえにです。違いますか？
唐突ね。何の話かよくわからないわ。
ローザ様はマリア様の父親に借金の連帯保証人を求められ、
So Canon knows about that.
それを引き受けられました。
困った子ね。クラウス兄さんが話してたのを廊下か何かで聞いてたのね。
Nah, and then he also was friends with Maria for the longest time as well. Since Maria was born, actually, I think Shannon has always been there, manipulating Maria. True, earlier this day, in this very room, Cross had been seeing through the fact that Rosa was bearing a massive debt because she had been a co-signer on a loan. However, he hadn't said that her partner had been Maria's father. Why did Canon know so much?
ローザ様はとても聡明な方です。連帯保証人を引き受けることがどういう意味を持つかよく考えもせず引き受けたわけがありません。
席こそまだだったけれど、これから結婚する相手でパートナーだと思ってた。私の名前がなければ借りられないお金なら、それに協力するのが未来の妻の役目だと思ったのよ。
未来は来ましたか？
So he co-signed a loan, took all the money, and left you with the debt. No, it hadn't. So afterwards, Rosa was always alone, and Maria never had a father. However, time moved on. Nothing changed, except that Maria, which had been a symbol of their union, just kept growing like a living hourglass, measuring the length of hell Rosa had crawled through. Because of that, Maria's growth hurt.
皮肉よね。私はあの男のことを何度も忘れようとしたわ。でもね、忘れても借金は消えないのよ。
Oof. It was only natural. That's why she had to forget her love and do all she could to pay that money back.
でもね、こうも思うの。私が立派に返済しきったら、それは彼が私に与えてくれた愛の試練に打ち勝ったという意味にもなるの。
Oh.
結局は返さなくちゃいけない借金なのに、どうしてその結果得られる愛を先に自ら捨てるの？返済してから考えても遅くはないと思わない？
That's not a good mindset. In my head, in a trick of words, only those who have suffered through love could understand. Even Rose was vaguely aware of the possibility that she'd been deceived. However, she was able to succeed in paying back the loan. He might acknowledge her usefulness as a wife. Oh, this is really... Well, when that happens, she might be able to regain that love. And if she abandoned that love, this debt, this trial that he had given her would become completely meaningless. Yes, for her, the debt itself appeared to be a trial of love. Actually, the very fact that she tried to view it that way might have been the blindness of love, proof that she was still bound by her regrets and obsessed with the past. That pain continued within her. At the very least, it would remain until she paid back that massive loan. And even then, it would take quite some time before she'd be able to lay her feelings for him to rest.
これがキリエ様の言う地獄なのか。
そうね。何の話かは分かりかねるけど、私の世界が地獄で満たされていることは間違いないわ。
それは どうやったら終わらせられるのですか？
さあね、それが分かったら誰も恋の病に蝕まれたりはしない。
That disease is a serious one. It's sometimes eating to a person for their entire life, spreading to and hurting the people closest to them. That disease was torturing her now as much as it ever had.
キリエさんの話が出たから言うけど、彼女の話は私にとって希望、夢なの。
Oh, though she had her man stolen from her, she persevered for 18 years. She never fell to despair, instead continued to support Rudolf, keeping her head down and waiting for a miracle. Oh my god, what is happening in this game?
キリエさんが待った18年のまだ半分じゃない。それくらいで値を上げてたら彼女に笑われるわ。
What is happening in this game? What the fuck?
あと9年で奇跡が起こると思いますか？
それを疑ったらおしまいよ。ある意味私は亡霊なのよ。私はすでに死んでいる。それに気づかず生きている。
This episode is just giving me the creeps. I'm just...
決して来ない人を永遠に待つ亡霊。
そうよ、彼の夢を応援したいなんて甘えたことを言ったあの日に私は多分もう死んでいた。やっぱりあの日は後悔すべき日だったのかしら。俺には夢がある。海外を巡りたい。このちっぽけな日本を飛び出して必ず大物になって帰ってくる。
What an asshole. Oh no.
懐かしいわね。あの頃の私は互いの途方もない夢を認め合うのが恋人同士だ。だから彼も私がデザイナーとして大成してパリで新作を発表して取材陣にもみくちゃにされるなんて夢を楽しそうに語って喜ばせてくれたわ。思えば本当におかしな地に足がついてない日々だった。互いに互いを浮かれさせてふわふわし合ってる感じ。
Rose's voice.
だから彼が日本を飛び出したいなんて言い出した時、私はそれを喝采して応援を約束したわ。
Acknowledging each other's great dreams with nothing but words is a classic sort of pillow talk between lovers. However, when it comes to actually carrying them out, you need to be more serious and calculating.
私はあの日彼を見送ったことを長いこと誇りにしてた。今も誇りにしてる。
でも後悔もしているんですね。
そうよ。あの日泣きわめいて反対してたら私は地獄に落ちなかったかもしれない。それを笑顔で見送ったのが私の勝利？違うわ。それはある意味戦うべき時を自ら放棄した不先輩みたいなものだった。私はその負けを美化して男の海外への挑戦を笑顔で見送り、海外しく娘と帰りを待つ良き女の幻想に酔ってるだけ。電話一本よこさず彼が教えてくれた住所への郵便も転居先不明で戻ってくるのにね。
Oh my god.
ここが地獄よ。戦うべき時に戦わなかったことを死ぬまで後悔する地獄。私はその地獄に娘まで引きずり込んでいる。いっそ誰かに殺されたい。お前はすでに殺された。亡霊なのだと宣告されたい。
恋は戦わなくちゃ地獄を這う。
そう、恋は戦うもの。
勝って得るか負けて死ぬか。
でもどうか死を恐れないで。
Oh my god. I'm so...
なぜならそれは安らかな眠りだから。真に恐ろしいのは勝てず、そして死ねもしなかった眠れぬ亡者たちの落ちる地獄。
We're seeing so many hidden sides of the characters now, and it's so good.
その地獄に終わりはない。
You
恋
know
の
that,
戦いは
Shannon.
戦いもせず 死ねもしなかった者に最も残酷なんだ。
So Shannon's hell was for 6 years or 1,000 by witch standards, I guess. Shannon, man.
恋は当たって砕けろってわけだ。そういう討ち死にはせいせいするよな。
人を最も苛む毒薬は恋を腐らせて作るという。その苦しみはどのような悪趣味な地獄の拷問をも上回る。
She used this knowledge to try and embolden her double and little sister, encouraging her to take on any trial, no matter how fierce.
わかります。
After all, when my desire to have Battler's son accept me one day wells up in my chest, I can feel the seed that resides there.
その種を芽吹かせるも死なせるも自由。でもそのまま胸の中で腐らせれば、きっとその毒は私を永遠に苛む。それこそが我ら1000年の魔女をしても最も恐れる世界で一番恐ろしい拷問だ。
見届けよ、恋を愛を軽んじる者たちよ。このローザの地獄こそが
恋の種を芽吹かせる勇気を持てず、腐らせたる者がたどる末路。
I feel like the game is actually oh.
その苦しみは自分の手では終わらせられない。
I feel like the game is trying to somewhat insult me because I've never felt this way towards a girl before, so I wouldn't know. Just now, was that a red light? Oh.
失礼しました。
お前はもう死んでいる。Nothing personal, kid. Oh shit. Just now I thought I saw something strange. I wonder if I'm tired. It's probably just my imagination. She really is dying. Holy shit. お前はもう死んでいる。Rosa picked up her cup of cold tea. As she did, she saw a small red rose petal float to the surface. A rose.
そのソファーはローザ様が幼少の頃好んで横になられたものと聞いております。
Oh my god. It wasn't a rose petal. It was a drop of blood that had fallen from Rosa's eyes. In an instant, Cannon had beautifully and precisely cut just a single thread of Rosa's life. There was no wound on Rosa's body. However, several drops of blood dripped down from her eyes. Her pain, her uncertainties, and her worries were all gone now. Slowly, she fell down onto her side on the sofa. This had been one of the happiest things she's done during the happiest day of her life.
おやすみなさいませ。ローザ様、あなたの地獄は今終わりました。
Cannon took a blanket out of a cupboard and gently covered Rosa with it. To anyone, it would have just looked as though Rosa was sleeping peacefully. Those demons had not exaggerated when calling this a trial, a battle of love. It was at least accurate on this cruel but unassailable fact that those who had their love shattered meet with death.
これで僕のノルマは終わりだ。見届けたか、悪魔ども。
Quick and easy. Oh. Whoa.
しまった。
Oh. Oh, what is happening?
よくもママを殺したな。
Oh. Oh. Oh, Cannon. Oh, shit. This is really bad. One of the two great witches of marriage sorcière, Maria, though she was just an apprentice, the power sleeping within her had impressed even Beatrice at the height of her strength. In Maria's eyes, though Rosa may have been the Black Witch, she was also the vessel of the mother she couldn't help but love. Her anger at having that stolen away from her was near madness. Are they going to kill Maria as well? Maria's attack was too emotional. Because of this, she didn't notice that Cannon had vanished for several heartbeats, and she released her barrage at what had become empty space. In the meantime, Cannon jumped from wall to wall around to Maria's back. Nothing personnel, kid.
ノルマ以上の殺しは不本意だ。でも火の粉を払う。
Oh. Oh, Saktaro's protecting her.
お前。
外交官特権。僕とマリアを照準することを許さない。
But why can't... But wait.
しまった。
The red curved blade extending from Cannon's hand had vanished in an instant. He tried hard to make it reappear. When he attempted to use it on Maria and Saktaro again, it vanished once more. Because of Saktaro's power, he was unable to make either of them the target of his attacks. But this diplomatic community, it doesn't extend to Cannon, does it? That's not fair.
いた。いつの間にそんなところに。ウリュウ。マリアをいじめる人は誰であっても許さない。
Maria finally knows where Cannon was, and she slowly turned around. Cannon made his swords materialize yet again. But no matter how often he tried, it kept fading out, like a flashlight with a bad battery.
もう逃がさない。マリアのママを奪った罪。許さない。
Is Maria and Rosa gonna be dead when morning comes?
殺す。ママがみんなを殺したように無慈悲に殺す。
Ooh. I'll kill you just like Mama killed all of them. I'll kill you without mercy. Oh. As Maria howled, the entire parlor was surrounded by a cube of red magic barriers. It was a closed room symbolizing a barrier that Cannon could never escape. Is Cannon gonna die? No, who is gonna die here? I think Maria is gonna die. Cannon cursed his bad luck. Even though he had fulfilled his goal to the demon's trial, if he was killed here, he'd be dragged off the game board.
マリア、ほどほどにね。ほどほどにママよりちょっとだけ手加減するよ。
Oh. Who is going to die? Oh. Yeah, it's gonna be Maria.
誰？失礼します。マリア様。
Of course it is Shannon.
フルフル様との契約により、お命頂戴いたします。
Of course. Of course Shannon kills Maria. Of course.
シャノン、邪魔をするな！無駄だよ、シャノン。マリアは誰にも照準できない。はい、照準など大それたことはいたしません。 ただ私は身を守るだけです。
A cylindrical red magic barrier surrounded Shannon as she stood in the center of the parlor. She made its brightness and thickness grow, and its radius suddenly expanded, filling up the room. Oh. It wasn't targeting Maria. This power was being wielded to protect Shannon's body. Where is Shannon? Where is he? So Saktaro's power didn't make it disappear. Oh, okay, he's here.
お嬢様への気持ちはこんなところでついえるの。しっかりなさい。
Oh. Are they being crushed? By now, the shield with Shannon at the center had covered up the entire room. Its power crushed Maria and Saktar into the corner. Ironically, they were perfectly wedged between Shannon's barrier and the closed room barrier Maria had set up to prevent Shannon from escaping. Oh. Mother and daughter are going to die.
逃げられない。そっか、この部屋は密室なんだね。
Again, Shannon broke her promise with you. She won't take you to the Golden
ベア
Lands.
との魔法を否定する探偵気取りにはちょうどいいかもしれない。チェックメイトです。マリア様、よろしいですか？うん、いいよ。潰して。
Battler, why did it have to be Maria? Why? Why did it have to be Rosa?
それではこれにて。
Come on. The entire room was filled with the red light of the shield, and the output and pressure were raised to their limits. Then, crushed between the shield and their own closed room barrier, Maria and Saktaro lost their forms, scattered into a golden splash and disappeared. No body for Maria. So Maria isn't dead.
ありがとう。ここで消えるわけにはいかなかった。
こんなとこで負けてたら諦めがつかないもの。
そうさ、こんなとこで負けてたら諦められない。
ゼパル様、フルフル様、私たちも共に試練を終えました。これでよろしいですか？
Of course, you both finished at the same time. Of course.
いやー、本当にお見事だね。二人とも文句なしだったよ。
ZEPAR's voice is so good.
では最後はベアトリーチェの番かしら。
FURFUR as well, but I like the masculine voice better.
おや？彼女はどこに？
もちろん、彼女の選んだ生贄のところにさ。
I like deeper voices more in general.
さあ、私たちもそこに行ってみよう。
What is happening now? Where are we going? It's Natsuhi. No, why? Natsuhi could be seen in her personal room. She doesn't get any breaks, does she? Cross had told her to go to bed. She couldn't afford to lie down asleep on an important day like this. However, she realized she was the type to get excited easily, and that this sometimes held her husband back. So, though she didn't like it one bit, there was no way around it. It was probably close to the time for the break to end, and the family conference would begin once again in the dining hall. Her husband would have to protect the Yoshimiya family honor from those greedy siblings all by himself. If she grew emotional by his side, she would just tie him down. Though she knew that quietly waiting here was the best way she could support him, that didn't make the waiting any easier. Wait, so every single... Wait. So it was... Ava Kyrie, Rosa, Maria, 5. Natsuhi's the sixth person to die. Natsuhi pulled a small treasure box out of a drawer. This was a secret box. Inside was everything from valuable items to mere rubbish. However, they were all precious, memorable treasures in Natsuhi's eyes. She pulled a small pouch out of the box. She stuck her hand inside it. 599 million ruins. It was a kind of charm that her own family had given her when she had married. A spirit mirror to ward off evil. Her own face was reflected in it. Youth doesn't last forever. Recently, she'd seen a bit of her parents and grandparents on her own face. So by staring at her reflection in the mirror like this, she felt as though her soul had returned to the family she'd been born into.
お父様、お母様。
She was from a family of priests, right?
夏日が不勉強なばかりに夫の支えになれません。
Of course, her face in the mirror did not answer. However, Natsuhi continued.
夫を愛しているからこそ私はここで待っています。しかし愛は寄り添うものと私は思ってしまいます。ここでこうしているのが一番の協力になると理屈では分かっているのに、そんな自分に惨めさを感じてしまうのです。辛いですね。愛ゆえに待つのは。
With a plot, a tear fell down onto the mirror. Old dear memories of her life at her parents' house rose up inside her. Now was the time for her to follow her parents' example. When her father came home late, her mother would always sit up straight, waiting for him, prepared for him to arrive at any moment. She would always wait for him, kneeling in the entrance hall. And no matter how late he came home, she would always wake up all the children and line them up to greet him. At the time, I only thought of her as being exceptionally strict, but at this age, I finally understand how strong she was, persevering her love for her beloved husband, even after being left in charge of the house while he was out.
その夫への愛ゆえに見知らぬ赤子を抱かされるのが許されなかったのですね。
Oh, a sudden voice made Natsuhi jump up and look about the room. When she did, she saw the child she dropped 19 years ago. Oh my god, this is really... It was a Western lady wrapped in an extravagant dress. Natsuhi was confused. There was no one like this in the mansion. However, though this was the first time seeing this in person, it felt as though she had seen her somewhere else. Her mind had gone blank with anger at the ruffian who had snuck in her private room and confusion over the appearance of someone she didn't know. So it took some time before she realized that this was the witch of the portrait. Though you murdered a baby you didn't know on that day 19 years ago, I will not hold that sin against you. Oh. Oh. Wait, what happened here?
あなたが19年前のあの日に見知らぬ赤子を殺めたことに私は罪を問いません。
So Beatrice doesn't hold it against Natsuhi, I guess. I don't know much about... I know a little of Japanese, not much. But I guess it's that she doesn't hold Natsuhi accountable for murdering the baby. Or try to murder the baby. Beato had chosen Natsuhi as her sacrifice. Oh, so wait, so George chose his mother. Jessica just wandered about, Shannon chose Rosa? Or was it Faye? Or was it chosen by... Or was it another... Shannon chose Maria. Holy shit, Shannon actually chose Maria, I think. I do think that Shannon chose Rosa because Rosa supposedly was the cause of Beatrice's death. The second Beatrice that fell on the cliffs. Maria was the girl she had been indoctrinating for a long time. And Natsuhi was the one who tried to murder her when she was a baby. Is that correct? I think so. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'm reading between the lines here. Beato had chosen Natsuhi as her sacrifice. She was Battler's enemy. Wait, why? Beato didn't know much about the details of Battler's birth. Wait. I still think that Battler is not the baby from... I don't know. I think it's still Shannon. I'm confused now. Is it Battler or is it not? I mean, Battler made a blue truth that what if he was the baby in the last time, so... But that was a blue truth, not the red one. It didn't state that he was that baby from 19 years ago in red, so... I'm confused. No, I think I'm right. Battler made the blue truth about him supposedly being the baby and him supposedly being the culprit from episode 5 along with Shannon. Not the main culprit, the helper. The one speaking on the phone. I'm confused. However, she knew about the fragment from the previous game and knew that there was a chance that Battler was the baby. Oh, I knew there was a chance. But Battler was the baby that Natsuhi had pushed off a cliff 19 years ago. Battler had used this blue wedge to protect Natsuhi from certain false charges. But if you took it as a confession by Battler himself, then from Beato's position, Natsuhi was an enemy who probably forced Battler to live a painful life.
夫への愛ゆえに夫の血を引かぬ赤子を殺した罪を私は愛ゆえに問いません
But for the sake of your love for your father, then...
何の話か分かりません出て行ってここは私の部屋ですならば私の愛ゆえにあなたを殺すこともまた問わないでください
When I kill you for the sake of my love. Oh, that's a line. Beato slowly stuck out her arms and made it as if to grab something in an empty space. That grab bound itself around Natsuhi's neck. Oh. I am the Senate force choke. No, that was Vader. I'm sorry. Natsuhi's heels lifted up, and a faint purple shade appeared around her neck. Search your feelings, young one. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. Natsuhi frantically scratched at her neck, trying to stop whatever was strangling her. But there was nothing there. So to an outsider, it just looked as though Natsuhi was standing on her toes in anguish, scratching her own neck. Higurashi reference. Oh no. Is Beatrice really going to kill? Oh no.
バトラさんへの思いがそれに劣っているとは思いません私が19年前のあなたの罪を咎めないように私も自らのこの罪を 咎めません。
Oh my god, her performance is so good. Natsuhi twisted in agony. Something she had been grasping fell from her grip. Since it had fallen by her feet, Beato dropped her gaze to see what it was. It was Natsuhi's spirit mirror. When she peered into it, there was a sound like a burst of electricity. That sound released Natsuhi from the invisible hands. It made Beato topple backwards like a doll. Black Liliana. Coughing, Natsuhi tried to comprehend what was going on around her. Beato rolled over, and dizzy as though she had been bumped in the head, she slowly tried to stand up. Oh. Her eyes were bewildered, as though she didn't really understand what had happened.
これは意外だ。雲の巣を触っても平気だったそなたが霊境はダメだというのか。私にも何が何だか分かりません。一体何が。
She had thought that only Beato the Elder possessed non-human weak points, such as getting burned by spider webs and wars, and having her power sealed by spirit mirrors. However, for some reason, the spirit mirror alone could apparently affect Beato as well. Even Beato couldn't understand what was about the spirit mirror had such an effect, such an overpowering effect on her. But Natsuhi was different. She instantly realized the reason for the hesitation of this unearthly being. The switch of the portrait must have been the power of the mirror. So she rapidly crawled across the floor and picked it up. Then she stuck it out so Beato could see it. Beato still didn't know what was happening, so sitting down she looked straight at it. And this time, both of them understood the situation completely. Beato realized that the mirror was working some hateful power against her, and Natsuhi realized that the spirit mirror had the power to repel witches.
それはお前が横島な魔女だからです。霊言新たかなるこの霊境は邪悪な存在のすべてを退けるのです。
All creatures of evil. Nobody's born evil. When the spirit mirror still held out, Natsuhi cautiously closed the gap between them. She was cautious so as to prevent the other from suddenly lashing out and stealing the mirror, but she steadily moved to the corner of this evil.
あなたが何者なのか私には分かります。分かるのはあなたは私を殺そうとしたこと、そしてこの霊境にひるむ邪悪な存在であるということです。退きなさい、邪悪め。
Oh, come on. Beato didn't understand what was happening herself. She didn't know why she had this fear. She had to fear the spirit mirror. However, when she tried to look at the bright light let off by the spirit mirror, it pierced her eyes. But she didn't understand why she must be afraid. She didn't understand that she must be afraid. By now, Beato realized that the spirit mirror was both terrifying and harmful. As it came closer to her, she felt an increasingly strong and painful burning sensation over her whole body, as though someone was approaching her with a hot iron. She couldn't even open her eyes because of the mirror's bright, painful glint. Oh.
元の世界へ退散なさい、横島なる者よ。この後ろ宮夏希、邪悪に対して一歩たりともひるみはしません。
I don't think Natsuhi's gonna get the win, but still, it's no use. Why? Why is this musty mirror so... Oh, is Beatrice... Nah, she's not gonna die here. If I lose here, I'll be the only one to fail this trial. Just like George-san and Shannon-san and Jessica-san and Cannon-san, I also want Battler-san to acknowledge me and treasure me. And even though I had finally managed to be honest with myself, in a place like this, I alone will be... Oh.
諦めちゃうの？あなただけが？
信じるんだ。愛の奇跡は必ず起こる。
I love Battler's son. I want him to notice me, and I want him to acknowledge and accept my feelings. If my reason for calling him father and dedicating myself to him was out of duty towards a parent of mine, I would have been satisfied with no reward. That was a deception I used to fool myself. I love Battler's son, and I want him to acknowledge it. I accept it. I won't turn away any longer. I was born because I love Battler's son, and I want him to love me back.
だからこんなところで負けられないんです。退散なさい、横島なる者よ。ここにあなたの居場所は存在しません。
Her determination had come too late. If she had had it from the start, she would probably have managed to finish Natsuhi off right then without any fear. Because she had wavered, it had taken time to kill Natsuhi, and things had ended up like this. But now I am resolved. I want to love Battler's son. I want him to love me. Oh, that face.
そう、それが。
聞きたかった。
Oh. This is gonna be one of the sisters again. Just after sound like a beetle banging off, all the walls filled the room. The spirit mirror was knocked out of Natsuhi's outstretched hand. It fell to the floor, and the stake flying around the room pierced through with it. And the stake flying around the room pierced through with it a crash. Who is it gonna be? My bet's on Asmodeus. Oh no, it's... I thought it would be lost, but it's Pride.
久しぶりの獲物が古ぼけた鏡一枚だな。
I guess I should have known.
私を愚弄するにも程があるわ。ルシファーさん。ベアトリーチェ様、試練の遂行を。逃げられます。誰か来てください。誰か。
Now that the spirit mirror, her last ray of hope, had been smashed, and the number of strange demons had increased, Natsuhi could do nothing but run for it. However straight as seen and people gathered, the anti-magic toxin would burn Beato. Now was her last chance.
ありがとう、ルシファーさん。覚悟。後ろ宮ナツヒ。
Oh. Once again, Beato took to thin air. This time she wouldn't let her escape. She had to end Natsuhi's pain right away before it got too drawn out. But her power wasn't enough. Oh. Though Natsuhi scratched at her neck, she also struggled to escape from the room. Her shaking hand had stretched out to the door, to the lock on the door. A closed room is one of the concepts that allows a witch to be a witch. Just unlocking the door strengthened the anti-magic toxin a little. Since Beato was at her limit, even with the closed room, if Natsuhi undid that lock, Beato's power would weaken immediately, and Natsuhi would surely escape into the hallway. Their strengths were matched. However, Natsuhi began to surpass Beato slightly. The power of the living to live is fundamentally stronger than the power of magic. Of course, Beato was mustering all her might. However, Natsuhi was just a bit stronger.
十分だ、ルシファー。やれ。
What the fuck is happening?
Gay!
Lucifer transformed into a stake, and like the time she had smashed Natsuhi's spirit mirror, flew violently around the room. Then she struck Natsuhi's forehead. Natsuhi crumbled slowly. What the fuck is happening? Did Battler really kill Natsuhi? Fuck me. Fuck me, dude. When Beato saw this, she also felt her knees, breathing hard. Wait.
ねえゼパル、これってありなの？ベアトリーチェは自分の力だけで試練を成し遂げていないわ。
そうだねフルフル。確かに試練は誰の助けも借りずに成し遂げなくてはならない。
でもね、ひょっとしたらそれには例外があるんじゃないかしら。
愛する二人は互いで一人だもの。これは手助けじゃない。
バトラさん。
What is happening? Did he really just kill Natsuhi just like that? What is
た
happening?
かだか第一の晩からハラハラさせるな、お前は。
What is happening?
申し訳ございません。
So this really is all planned by him. What the fuck?
追いつけを守らなくて。
追いつけ？
その部屋でおとなしくしていなくて。
Beato hung her head apologetically. When he saw this, Battler scratched his head uncomfortably.
それを言ったら俺も申し訳なかった。言葉を選ばなかった。
いいえ、お父様。いえ、バトラさんは。
いいぜ、好きに呼べばいい。
え？
Battler had always looked at the new Beatrice sternly. However, I was gone from his expression now.
確かにかつてのお前は俺をバトラと呼びつけで呼んでいた。俺は最初お前にそれと同じ呼び方を求めて押し付けていたかもしれない。
So you're better than Kinzo was, at least. Good job. Good job.
しかしそんなのに意味はないんだ。お前はベアトだが。
I mean, that's a really low bar, but good job, Battler, for not being as...
好きに呼べばいい。
バトラさん。
そうだな、その呼び方がいいな。さすがにお父様は俺の趣味じゃねえぜ。
Earlier, she hesitated just to say Battler's name at all. If Battler had told her to say his name without honorifics, she couldn't have done so right now. And if she had, that might have hurt Battler even more. However, now she was allowed to call Battler by his name. You just had to look into her eyes to see how happy this made her.
ゼパルとフルフルに聞いた。おかしなゲームが始まっているようだな。
You bastard! You absolute you know what's happening. You're the territory lord, you bitch.
はい。
Stop.
勝手なことをしてすみません。
I know all your games. I know the past. I know that I know episode 3 where Beato was all innocent, all... Oh no, everything's out of my control now. There's another witch. I know. You're not fooling me.
いや、
No, not anymore.
そういう無軌道で何を始めるかわからないところも実にお前らしい。それにそのまあゲームの趣旨も聞いてる。
You're not fooling me, you bastard. I know you know.
二人一組で挑むのが正しいことになってるらしいな。
I know that you are the one to make this happen. There's no way.
その通りですバトラ卿。
もしも見事我らの試練を勝ち残れたなら。
They're even referring to him as Lord Battler.
我らはあなたたち二人を祝福し魔法の奇跡を授けましょう。
こいつらがベアトの黄金蝶のブローチに力を与えてたらしい。だからその効果は保証済みってわけさ。
Welcome back, Battler. You've been a total asshole since the start of this game, but now you've returned. Welcome back.
俺とお前の腐れ縁も もう随分になる。たまにはこういう遊びがあってもいいだろうぜ。
バトラさん。
おや、聞いたかいフルフル。バトラ教も試練に参加するようだ。
驚くには値しない。だってこれは最初から分かっていたことだもの。
Of course.
ようこそ我らの試練へ、バトラ教。ではあなたは誰を生贄に？
俺の仕事はすでに終わってる。確認するといい。
かしこまりました、バトラ教。さあフルフル、確認してこよう。
ええ、そうしましょう。でもゼパル、これで愛し合う6人はみんな試練を成し遂げてしまったわ。次はどうすればいいかしら。
6人の覚悟は本物だ。さらに次の試練で試すとしよう。
So it was... Wait, it's gonna be 7 people? So it was Natsuhi, Rosa, Maria, Eva, Kyrie, and who else was... Wait, did I count it right? Eva, first one, Kyrie the second, Maria and Rosa. No, not... Oh, so there's another one. So, no, that's right. I was counting wrong, I think. They had apparently left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed, and also so that Battler and Beto, who could finally look each other in the eye and talk, could have some time alone.
ここまでの物語はいかがですか？
Nerd, you wrote a shit story. Edit again. There's grammar errors all over the place. All the reviews I get as a writer. Oh no. Oh. When suddenly asked this question, Ange immediately came to her senses. Then she realized that she had been immersed in Hachijo's tale. She felt a bit defeated and tried to look displeased.
あ、愛の試練云々で巧みにごまかしてるけど。
Nerd, why do you put romance in my mystery story? I don't like it. I'm sorry. I would receive something like that. Definitely.
ちゃっかりと6人が死んで第一の番を構成してるわ。うまいものね。
Yeah.
ありゃ、本当だ。こいつは気づかなかった。
Amaxa clapped his hand as though he had been outsmarted. Even though he figured out before me, he played the fool.
愛し合う恋人たちの数がたまたま6人だっただけのこと。
I mean, there's Kyrie and Rudolf, there is Natsuhi and Cross, there's Eva and Hideyoshi, but they don't matter, right? Oh no.
それが第一の番とうまく合致したのは偶然半分、様式美半分。その方が運命的で面白い。
I mean, I can get that. As a writer, sometimes you have someone say, "Oh, you foreshadowed this before, right?" Yeah. Oh, you foreshadowed this part way back when, and I'm like, yeah. But in reality, it was all an accident. I know that feeling.
人間は無意味な2つの事象を無理やり関連づけようとする悪癖がある。それを運命的と読み解かせるのが読み物の騙しでしょ。
お嬢はディスティニーとかミラクルとかそういうのに冷たいタイプらしいですな。
UFO と同じよ。誰もが知ってるけど誰も見たことないものだわ。
そいつはクールな例えだ。
といつもの私なら愛だの幻想だのはミステリーには不要な無駄なシーンねとばっさり行きたいところだけど、それはおこのぎさんに否定されたわ。そういう愛のない見方だけでは真実に迫れないってね。
Looking at things without love.
ああ。
What is
おこの
Okonogi
ぎの旦
doing?
那の殺し文句ですかい？
What is Okonogi doing here?
愛がなければ見えない。
それそれ。 人の家族を物語の中で勝手に殺すことに対する怒りは置いておいて。
Guess there's still the mystery of the cash in the banks.
あえてこの物語を書いた八条先生に敬意を表して言うなら、その描写には意味があることになる。
How did Shannon put cash in the banks and then send it to the families of the servants? I still don't get that part.
何しろこれだけの文章量を割いて
Maybe it was
散
Kinzo
々
actually.
愛だの試練だの語ってる。
Maybe it was Kinzo because he was dying. Maybe he sent that as a will, but still Shannon appropriated those envelopes and then sent afterwards. Maybe that was it. Maybe he wanted to gratify the families of the servants. Like a last will, not liking his family one bit, but still wanting to reward the servants that stuck by him. Maybe that was it.
つまりこれがこの物語のテーマであり、キーワードだってことになるわ。
おや、赤インク以外で書いた文字は全て読むに値しないとまで言い切る御人も多いというのに。
She's referencing Erika.
光栄なるかな、人の子よ。黒い文字も読んでくれて。
物語は書き手が何かを伝えるために書くものよ。そしてそれはどういうわけか、直接書いたら無粋という奥ゆかしい面倒な作法がある。
Gotta keep the mystery and the narrative.
愛がなければ真実に至れない云々という描写はこれまでの作品にも品質するわ。それがこの新作ではさらに顕著。書き手が一番伝えたくて考えてほしいのはそれってことになるわ。
When you think about it, there have been many secrets about love ever since Beato first appeared. Even the first time she appeared before Shannon, she spoke clearly about how love was a single element of the world. And the golden butterfly brooch she had given was also an item for love. She had said that she enjoyed sowing seeds of love and watching complications arise. And when Shannon stopped borrowing her power, reasons for her argument was also love. After her interactions with Battler started off in full, scenes about love were toned down for a while, but the without love it cannot be seen definition of magic had been mentioned repeatedly. Then, in a tale right before this one, when Beato became like a doll, several scenes made it seem almost as though Battler and Beato had accepted each other as rivals, or possibly something more. In the end, Battler had regained some memory, and his impression of Beato had undergone a complete change. And then, in this game, from the beginning until now, the word love had been repeated over and over again.
あなたが書いた物語は愛が何度も繰り返される。でもそれはマリアお姉ちゃんの主張でもベアトリーチェの主張でもない八条東也の主張だわ。
そうです。それこそが私が語りたいこと、そして私なりの答えなのです。
My own sort of answer. So the reason for the motive was love. Motive for the murders, maybe, was also to break free of the shackles. It was also, it's just a lot of things, I think.
答えじゃあつまり12年前の事件は全ておかしな悪魔の愛の試練で引き起こされたと？
バカバカしい。私はあんたの恋愛小説を読みにここまで来たんじゃないわ。私が知りたいのはあんたが至ったと自称する真実よ。
愚かなるかな人の子よ。
Foolish child of man.
これだけ文章を割いてまだ伝わらないというのですか。
With an obviously condescending gaze, Hachijo shrugged. Oh no, the writer's self-insert. the author's self-insert is shining through here. It was clear that she was trying to provoke Ange. She was probably hinting that Ange should just go home if she was annoyed. If you're going to read my noble work and not even attempt to see whether you can understand it, then get out. Normally, Ange would have already thrown a fit and left. However, she couldn't do that. But she didn't like someone else toying with her family's fates in a story. She was also growing increasingly certain of something else as she read through it. Just as Hachijo's followers said, this tale really does have the same presence, the same scent, as the tales written by Beatrice. The author was certainly different, however, because it reached the real truth, it had the same scent. Ange was beginning to acknowledge this. Hachijo Toyo was one who had reached Beatrice's truth, an endless witch like Beatrice who could add to the endlessly stretching parallel worlds of the cat box.
ベアトリーチェの真実にたどり着いたものならば、私でなくとも新たな物語を紡げるでしょう。
So this is
今回の原稿をもってきっと私以外にも真実に至るものが必ず現れる。
So this is Ryukishi asking for people to write fan works.
そのものもまた新たな物語を紡ぐ資格を得るのです。
So yeah, this is basically Ryukishi asking people to create fan works.
どんどん無限の魔女が増えていくわ。
そう。そして何人もの無限の魔女たちがベアトリーチェの猫箱の物語を増やしていく。
I might write fan fiction when I finish the series.
増えれば増えるほどまた新たに真実に至るものが現れる。
I don't know if I'll publish it or not, but I'll try writing it.
そうすることで一番最初の無限の魔女ベアトリーチェがあれだけの枚数の手紙に物語を記してボトルに詰めて海に投じた労力が初めて報われるのです。あなたは私に怒りの言葉をぶつけ席を立つこともできた。しかしそれをしませんでした。なぜ？
悔しいけれどあんたの物語の中に何かの真相もしくはヒントがあることを認めつつあるからよ。
I already had my own ideas. However, that's no more than looking with it with a single eye. Unless I accept a different viewpoint from my own and look at things from more than one angle, I'll never be able to see the truth in 3 dimensions. That's my interpretation of without love it cannot be seen.
それでよい、人の子よ。後宮家の最後の生き残りであるあなたが無限の魔女になることを運命も待ち望んでいるでしょう。私という存在などあなたという真の継承者を覚醒させるためのただの道しるべに過ぎないのだから。エンジェ、ベアトリーチェ。
Are you really? Sometimes I don't understand what she's saying, however she knows something. And maybe she actually has reached the truth as she claims. In other words, I didn't learn the truth even after reading the 2 message bottles Beatrice left behind. And I'm now reading the tale after tale filled with hints. So the first 2 games are already enough to reach. Are you serious? I guess maybe.
ヒントという名の挑戦であり、挑発なわけだわ。
I guess the second game already alludes to Shannon being the culprit, but it still doesn't make. I don't think it. Does it have any hints towards Shannon and Cannon being one and the same? I guess you could solve the epitaph in episode 2 as well, because it was written in episode 2 or in episode 1 as well. I guess you only had I guess had a chapel in episode 2 as well, so you knew where the gold was. Yeah, I guess you could solve everything by episode 2, but I don't know. Guess episode 3 was like the big hint.
怒りの上等じゃない。あんたがたどり着いたという真実を私も掴み取ってやるわ。
I still haven't solved episode 4.
やはり私はここに訪れるべきだったんだわ。
その通り、未だ至れぬから私が招いたのです。
Let the truth I see and the truth you see overlap. Just as you see things with a single eye, so do I. Now that I found you, I can finally see the truth with both eyes. Is this, Erika?
ようやく第一の番が起こりましたね。
Oh
す
no.
くすく眠い展開でした。
片目に目やにがついてるぜ。
どこに？いい加減なこと言わないでください。
Oh no. Is there gonna be a love triangle between Beatrice, Erika, and Battler now? Don't. No.
お望み通り始めるぜ。まずは第一の番だ。
Oh. Finally. Guess I could stop here. Oh. This has been... Guess it's finally... Okay. Guess I can finally stop here. Oh man, so much has happened. Wait, ZEPAR and FURFUR. ZEPAR, one of the 72 great demons, presides over love and tests others through trials. ZEPAR grants the contractor undying, immeasurable defensive power. This gives the contractor the courage not to dread any of love's wounds. A hunter of love who loves to prey upon passive men. Is of a different gender than FURFUR? One of the 72 great demons presides over the love and tests others through trials. FURFUR grants the contractor endless, inexhaustible offensive power. This gives the contractor the courage not to fear any of love's barriers. A trainer of love who teaches passive men the taste of flesh. Is of a different gender than ZEPAR. Oh. Oh man. A rank for both of them. ZEPAR is still ahead, but FURFUR is very close. Oh man. Battler finally getting back to it. And Beatrice being the great character she is. Oh man. She really did kill Natsuhi. It was Battler killing Natsuhi, but still. Battler really sacrificed his family for this. Holy shit. Oh my god, I cannot believe he sacrificed his family for Twilight. Oh god. Oh man. I guess we had Shannon and Cannon. Shannon really killed Maria. Nah, I guess Maria disappeared, but still, Shannon really did. Oh man. Cannon killed Rosa. Wait, Rosa, Kyrie, Ava, Natsuhi, Maria, and another person that Battler killed. Who would Battler kill? Maybe Rudolf? Oh man, Battler killing Rudolf. Oh man, this needs to happen, man. Oh man, I guess Erika survived from the Persian I've read. She still is alive. Oh, I think it's gonna be Rudolf. Oh man, they get no respect. Kyrie and Rudolf always dying. I guess this is it for now. Thanks for watching.